Harper Audio presents Abarat, Absolute Midnight by Clive Barker, performed by Richard Ferrone. There'll be no sun tomorrow morning. There'll be no moon to bless the night. The stars will perish without warning. These lines proclaim the death of light. Prologue. What the blind man saw. Dream. Forge yourself and rise out of your mind and into others. Men be women. Fish be flies. Girls, take beards. Sons, be your mothers. The future of the world now lies in coral wombs behind our eyes. A song sung in Paradise Street. On the early coast of Egypt, where 2 a.m. looked south over the darkened straits toward the island of Gorgosium, there was a house, its facade much decorated, set high upon the cliffs. Its occupant went by the name of Mr. Kithet, and several others besides, but none of the names were truly his. He was known simply as the card reader. The cards he read were not designed for games of chance, far from it. He only ever used the Aberratian tarot deck, wherein a reader as expert as Mr. Kithet might find the past murmuring, the present in doubt, and the future barely opening its eyes. A decent living could be made from interpreting the way the cards fell. For many years, the card reader had served the countless customers who came there in search of wisdom, but tonight he was done with serving the curiosity of others. He was done with it forever. Tonight, it was not the future of others he was going to find in the cards. They had summoned him to show him his own destiny. He sat down and took one slow, calming breath. Then he proceeded to lay out a pattern of 19 cards chosen by the will of his fingertips. Blind though he was, each image appeared in his mind's eye, along with its name and numerical place in the pack. There was fear. There was the door to the stars. There was the King of Fates and the Daughter of Curiosity. Each card was not only to be read for its own values, but also calibrated against the cards surrounding it, a piece of mythological mathematics which most heads could not fathom. The man lit by candles, Death's Island, the primal form, the tree of knowing. And, of course, the entire arrangement had to be set against the card that his customer, in this case himself, had chosen as his avatar. In this case, he had elected a card called the Threshold. He had put it back into the pack and then shuffled the cards twice before laying them out by instinct in the Naught Hereafter spread, its name signifying that all things the deck contained would be here displayed. All reparations, the past. All possibilities, now. And all risk, henceforth and ever. His fingers moved quickly, summoned by a call from the cards. There was something here they wanted to show him. He quickly understood that there was news of great consequence here, so he neglected the rules of reading, one of the first being that a reader waited until each of the number of cards required for the spread had been laid out. A war was coming. He saw it in the cards. The last of the plots were being laid even now. The weapons loaded and polished, the armies assembled, all in readiness for the day when Aberratian history turned the final corner. Was this the card's way of telling him what part there was for him to play in this last grim game? If so, Then he would attend to whatever he was being taught, trust to their wisdom, as had so many who had come to him over the years, despairing of all other remedy, seeking that which the cards would show. He wasn't surprised to find that there were many fire cards around his threshold, laid out like gifts. He was a man whose life and flesh had been re-wrought by that unforgiving element. Touching the cards with his seared fingertip, it was impossible for him not to remember the merciless conflagration that had beaten him back as he tried to save his family. One of his children, the youngest, had survived, but the fire had claimed all the rest except his mother, and it had only granted her a reprieve because she had always been as pitiless and all-consuming as a great fire. A fire large enough to reduce a mansion and most of a dynasty to ashes. In effect, he'd lost everything, because his mother, crazed by what she had witnessed, it was said, had taken the infant and disappeared into day or night, perhaps in her madness, to hide the one survivor of her 23 grandchildren from the slightest hint of smoke on the wind. But the insanity plea had never been sufficient to quite calm the card reader's unease. His mother had never been a very wholesome woman. She'd liked, more than was good for an unbalanced spirit such as hers, tales of deep magic, of earth-blood doing, and worse. And it had troubled the card reader more than a little that he had lost track of both his mother and son. It troubled him because he had not known what they were up to, but even more because they, the one who had borne him and the one he had fathered, were out there somewhere, a part of the powers assembling for the labors of destruction that were signaled everywhere in the lay of the cards. "Must I come and find you?" he said. "Is that what this is? Do you want a sentimental reunion, Mother?" He judged by weight how many of the cards he had so far laid down. A little over half, he guessed. It was possible the half he still held carried news of his last connection with Aberratian history, but he doubted it. This was not a spread of specificities. It was the hereafter naught, the last apocalyptic gospel of the Aberratian tarot. He set the unplayed cards down and went to the door of his house to bathe his scarred face in the cast of the silver starlight. The years when the children of the village of Edo, which was at the bottom of the steep trail that zigzagged up the cliff to his house, had lived in fear of him, had long since passed. Though they would play-act terror to amuse each other, and he played the growling monster to feed the fiction, they knew he usually had a few pattersem to toss over the threshold for them to squabble over, especially when, as tonight, they brought him something they had found along the shore to give to him. Today, as he stood at the door of the house, one of his favorites, a sweet hybrid of sea skipper and commonplace child called Lupta, came squealing to find him with an entourage of children following close behind her. "I have Flotsammy Jutsammy," she boasted. "I have many. Look at this, all thrown up by our gracious Lady Isabella." "You want to see more?" said her brother Kipthin. "Of course," the card reader said, "always." Lupta grunted out instructions to her little gang, who noisily unnetted their catch onto the ground in front of the card reader's house. He listened with a practiced ear to the noise the find gave off. The objects were large. Some clattered and clanged, others rang like sour-noted bells. "Describe them to me, will you, child?" Lupta proceeded to do so, but, as was so often the case for haggling in the weeks since the persuasive currents of the Isabella had invaded the hereafter, flooded Chickentown in Minnesota, and returned carrying some trophies of that other dimension with them, the objects that the tide had thrown up on the rocky beach below were not easily described or pictured, having no equivalent in the Abarat. Still, the card reader listened intently, knowing that if he was to understand the significance of the deck half spread in the darkened room behind him, then he would need to understand the nature of the mysterious humanitics, some of whose artifacts, their details hard to make sense of when a man had no sight, surely offered profound clues to the nature of those who might unmake the world. Little Lupta perhaps knew more than she thought she knew, And behind her guesses, she was plucking up truths. What were these things made for? He asked her. Are they engines? Or toys? Are they to be eaten? Or maybe to kill? There was some frantic whispering among Lupta's gang, but finally the girl said with absolute confidence, "We don't know." "They're much beaten by the sea," Kipton said. "I would expect nothing less," the card reader said. "Even so, let me put my hands upon them. Guide me, Lupta. You needn't hesitate, child. I'm not a monster." "I know that. If you were, you wouldn't look like one." "Who told you that?" "I did." Well, is there something here you think I might understand?" "Yes. Here. Put out your hands." Lupta put one of the objects into his proffered palms. As soon as his fingers made contact with whatever it was, his legs gave way beneath him, and he fell to the ground, dumping the piece of trash Lupta had given him. He reached down and searched for it, seized by the same fervor that caught hold of him whenever he was reading the cards. There was one significant difference, however. When he read the cards, his mind was able to make a pattern of the signs he was seeing. But there was no pattern here. Only chaos upon chaos. He saw a monstrous ship of war with his mother, aged but still as much a harridan as ever, commanding the waters of the Isabella to burst through the divide between its natural bed and into the hereafter, its crazed flood ripping apart what lay on the other side. "Chickentown," he murmured. "You see it?" said Lupta's brother. The card reader nodded. "Being ripped apart." He closed his eyes more tightly, as though he might blot out with a willed blindness the horrors he saw. "Have any of you heard any stories concerning the people of the hereafter?" he asked the children. As before, there was frantic whispering, but he caught one of his visitors urging Lupta to tell him. "Tell me what?" the blind man said. "About people from a place called Chickentown." "They're just stories," Lupta said. "I don't know if any of them are true." "Tell me anyway." "Tell him about the girl. She's the one everyone talks about," said a third member of Lupta's gang. "Candy Quackenbush," the blind man said, half to himself. "Have you seen her in your cards?" Lupta asked. "Do you know where she is?" "Why?" "You have, haven't you?" "What would it matter if I had?" "I need to talk with her. I want to be like her. Everything she does, people talk about." "Like what?" Lupta's voice became a whisper. "Our priest says it's a sin to talk about her. Is he right?" "No, Lupta, I don't believe he is." "I'm going to run away one day, I am. I want to find her." "You be careful," the card reader said. "It's a dangerous time, and it's going to get worse." "I don't care." "Well, at least come and say goodbye, child," the card reader said. He dug into his pocket and brought out a few patterzen. "Here," he said, handing the coins over to Lupta. "Thank you for bringing the stuff up from the shore. Will you divide this between you? Fairly now." "Of course," Lupta said. And happy with their reward, she and her friends went off down the road to the village, leaving the card reader with his thoughts and the collection of objects the current, the children, and circumstance had brought before him. The urchin and her gang had arrived at an opportune moment. Perhaps with the remnants they'd brought, he could make better sense of the spread. The cards and the trash had much in common. They were both collections of clues connecting what the world had been like in a better age. He went back into the house and sat at the table again, picking up the unspread cards. He had only laid down another two when the card representing Candy Quackenbush appeared. It was easily identified. "I Am They," the card was called. He couldn't recall having ever seen it before. "Well, well," he murmured. "Look at you." He tapped her with his finger. "What gives you the right to be such a power? And what business have you got with me?" The girl on the card stared at him from his mind's eye. Are you here to give me harm or happiness? Because I tell you I've had more than my share of sorrow. I can't take much more." I am they watched him with great compassion. "Ah," he said, "it isn't over. At least now I know. Be kind to me, will you, if it is in your power." It took him another 6.5 hours from his speaking to Candy Quackenbush to finally deciding he was done with the spread. He gathered up all of the cards, counting them to be sure he had them all, and then he went outside, taking them with him. The wind had picked up considerably since he'd been out here with Lupta and her little gang. It came speeding around the corner of the house, buffeting him as he walked toward the cliff edge, the pack of cards trembling in his hand. The farther from his doorstep he ventured, the more unreliable the ground became, the solid earth giving way to loose dirt and pebbles. The cards were becoming more excitable with every step he took there beyond the cliff edge. Events they'd been unable to share until now were imminent. Suddenly the wind picked up its strength and threw him forward as if to cast him into the world. His right foot trod vacant air, and he toppled forward, seeing all too clearly in his mind's eye the waves of the Isabella below. Two thoughts came into his head at the same instant. One, that he hadn't seen this, his death, in the cards. And two, that he'd been wrong about Candy Quackenbush. He would not meet her after all, which saddened him. Then two small yet very strong hands seized his shirt and pulled him back from the brink. Instead of dropping to his death, he toppled backward, landing on top of his savior. It was little Lupta. "I knew," she said. "Knew what?" "You were going to do something stupid." "I was not." "It looked like you were." "The wind caught me is all. Thank you for saving me from losing my—" "The cards," Lupta said. His grip on the cards was too weak. When the wind came gushing again, it snatched them from his hand, and with what sounded like a ripple of applause as they slapped against one another, they were carried away out into the naked air. "Let them go," the blind man said. "But how will you make money without your cards?" "Heaven will provide. Or else it won't, and I'll go hungry." He got to his feet. "In a way, it confirms my decision. My life here is over. It's time I went to see the hours one last time before they and I pass." "You mean they're coming to an end?" "Yes. Many things will end soon. Cities, princes, things foul and things fine. All will pass away." He paused, looking up sightlessly at the sky. "Are there a lot of stars tonight?" "Yes, lots." "Oh, good. Very good. Will you lead me down to the North Road?" "Don't you want to go through the village? Say goodbye?" "Would you?" "No." "No. Just get me to the North Road. Once I have it beneath my feet, I'll know where to go from there." Part 1. The Dark Hours. "Oh, sweet children, my beloveds, time to go to bed. Oh, sweet children, heavy-lidded, you are bathed and you are fed. Time for pillows, time for sleeping, and fearless dreams to fill your heads. Oh, sweet children, my beloved, time to go to bed." Anonymous. Chapter 1. Toward Twilight. Candy's gang of Aberratian friends had plenty of plans laid to celebrate her safe return to the islands after the violence and insanity of the hereafter. But they had barely finished welcoming her home with kisses and laughter, to which the John brothers added an a cappella version of an old Aberratian standard, when Dodo, the sea skipper, who had been the first friend Candy had made in Aberratian waters, came to find her to tell her that word was being passed by every means in every direction, demanding her presence at the great head of the Yebadim Day. An emergency meeting of the Council of the Hours was presently assembling there to fully analyze the calamitous events that had taken place in Chickentown. Given that Candy had a unique perspective on those events, it was vital that she attend to give evidence. It wouldn't be an easy meeting, she knew. No doubt the Council suspected that she was the cause of the events that had wrought so much destruction. They would want her to give them a full account of why and how she had come to make herself such powerful enemies as Mater Motley and her grandson, Christopher Carrion. Enemies with the power to override the seal the Council had put on the Abarat and force the waters of the Isabella to do their bidding, causing it to form a wave powerful enough to wash over the threshold between worlds and to fill Chickentown's streets. She quickly said her goodbyes to those she'd only recently greeted again: Finnegan Hobb, Two-Toed Tom, the John brothers, Geneva, and with her Geshrat friend Malingo for company, she boarded the small boat the Council had sent and departed for the Straits of Dusk. The journey was long, but went without incident. This was no thanks to the temperament of the Isabella, which was much stirred up, and carried on her tide plentiful evidence of the journey her waters had recently taken across the border between worlds. There were keepsakes from Chickentown floating everywhere: plastic toys, plastic bottles, and plastic furniture, not to mention boxes of cereal and cans of beer, pages of gossip magazines, and broken televisions. A street sign, drowned chickens, the contents of somebody's fridge, leftovers bobbing by, sealed in plastic, half a sandwich, some meatloaf, and a slice of cherry pie. "Strange," Candy said, watching it all float by. "It makes me hungry." "There's plenty of fish," said the Aberratian in council uniform who was guiding their boat through this detritus. "I don't see fish," Malingo said. The man leaned over the side of the boat, and with startling speed, he reached down into the water and pulled out a fat fish, yellow-dotted with spots of bright blue. He proffered the creature, all panic and color, to Malingo. "There," he said. "Eat. It's a Sanchi fish. Very good meat." "No, thanks. Not raw." "Please yourself." He offered it to Candy. "Lady?" "I'm not hungry, thank you." "Mind if I—" "Go ahead." The man opened his mouth much wider than Candy had thought possible, revealing 2 impressive parades of pointed teeth. The fish, much to Candy's surprise, uttered a high-pitched squeal which died the moment its devourer bit off its head. Candy didn't want to look revolted by what was probably a perfectly natural thing for the pilot to have done, so she went back to looking at the bizarre reminders of Chickentown as they floated by, until finally the little vessel brought them into the busy harbor of the Yeba-Dim Day. Chapter 2. The Council Speaks Its Minds. Candy had expected to be called into the council chamber, questioned by the counselors about what she had seen and experienced, and then released to go back to join her friends. But it became apparent as soon as she presented herself before the council that not all of the 11 individuals gathered here thought that she was an innocent victim of the calamitous events that had caused so much destruction, and that some punishment needed to be agreed upon. One of Candy's accusers, a woman named Narita Meku, who came from Huffaker, was the first to present her opinion, and she did so without any sweetening. "It's very clear that for reasons known only to yourself," she said, her blue-skinned skull bound so as to form a series of soft-boned subskulls of diminishing size that hung like a tail, "you came to the Abarat without invitation from anyone in this chamber intending to cause trouble. You quickly did so. You liberated a Geshrat from the employ of an imprisoned wizard without any permission to do so. You roused the fury of Mater Motley. That in itself would be reason for a stiff sentence. But there's worse. We have already heard testimony that you have the arrogance to believe you have some significant part to play in the future of our islands." "I didn't come here deliberately, if that's what you're saying." "Have you made any such claims?" this is an accident, me being here. Answer the question! If I was to take a wild guess, I'd say she's trying to do that, Narita, said the representative from the nonce. It was a spiral of warm, dappled light, in the midst of which flakes of poppy and white gold floated. Just give her a chance to find the words. Oh, you really like the lost ones, don't you, Kimi? I'm not lost, Candy said. I know my way around pretty well. And why is that? Said a third council member, her face an 8-eyed, 4-petaled flower with a bright-throated mouth at its center. Not only do you know your way around the islands, you also know a lot about the Abarat. I've just heard stories here and there. Stories, said Ubias Thim, who had a row of candles around the brim of his hat. You don't learn to wield fights and wantons by hearing stories. I think what happened with Motley and Carrion and your knowledge of the Abarat are all part of the same suspicious business. Let it be, said Kimi. We didn't summon her here to Okizor to interrogate her about how she knows the Abarat. She glanced around at the counselors, no two of whose physiognomies were alike. The representative from Orlando's cap had a brilliant coxcomb of scarlet and turquoise feathers which were standing proud in his agitated state, while the face of Soma Plume's representative, Heliophatha, wavered as though he was gazing through a cloud of heat, and the dawning face of the counselor from 6 a.m. was streaked with the promise of another day. Look, it's true. I do know things, Candy admitted. It started at the lighthouse with me knowing how to summon the Isabella. I'm not saying I couldn't do it. I could. I just don't know how I did. Does it matter? If this council thinks it matters, growled the stone visage from Efreet, then it matters. And everything else should be of little consequence to you until the question has been satisfactorily answered. Candy nodded. All right, she said. I'll do my best. But it's complicated. So saying, she began to tell them as best she could the parts that she did know, starting with the event from which everything else sprang. Her birth, and the fact that just an hour or so before her mother got to the hospital on an empty, rain-lashed highway in the middle of nowhere, 3 women of the Phantomaya, Diamanda, Jofi, and Mespa, had crossed the forbidden divide between the Abarat and the hereafter, looking for a hiding place for the soul of Princess Boa, whose murdered remains lay in the nonce. They found my mother, Candy said, sitting, waiting for my dad to come back with gas for the truck. She paused because there was a humming sound in her head which was getting louder. It sounded as though her skull was filled with hundreds of agitated bees. She couldn't think straight. They found my mother, she said again, aware that her voice was slurring. Forget your mother for a moment, said the representative from Ninnyhammer, a bipedal tarry cat called Jimothy Tarry, who Candy had met before. What do you know about the murder of Princess Boa? Boa? Yes. Huh. Boa. Quite a lot, Candy replied. What she had thought to be the voices of bees was forming into syllables, the syllables into words, the words becoming sentences. There was somebody speaking in her head. Don't tell them anything, the voice said. They're bureaucrats, all of them. She knew the voice. She'd been hearing it all her life. She'd thought it was her voice. But just because the voice had been in her skull all her life didn't make it hers. She said the other's name without speaking it. Princess Boa. Yes, of course, the other woman said. Who else were you expecting? Jimothy Tarry asked you a question, Narita said. The death of the princess, Jimothy reminded her. Yes, I know, Candy said. Tell them nothing, Boa reiterated. Don't let them intimidate you. They'll use your words against you. Be very careful. Candy was deeply unsettled by the presence of Boa's voice, and especially unhappy that it should make itself audible to her now of all times. But she sensed that the advice she was being given was right. The counselors were watching her with profound suspicion. "I heard bits of gossip," she said to them, "but don't really remember much." "But you're here in the Abarat for a reason," said Narita. "Am I?" she countered. "Well, don't you know? You tell us, are you?" "I don't have any reason in my head, if that's what you mean," Candy said. "I think maybe I'm just here because I happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time." "Nice work," Boa said. "Now they don't know what to think." Boa's assessment seemed right. There were a lot of frowns and puzzled looks around the council table, but Candy wasn't off the hook yet. "Let's change the subject," Narita said. "And go where?" Heliofather asked. "What about Christopher Carrion?" Narita said to Candy. "You were somehow involved with him, weren't you?" "Well, he tried to have me murdered, if you want to call that involvement." No. Your enemy was Mater Motley. There was something else going on with Carrion. Admit it." "Like what?" Candy said. She needed to lie now, Candy knew. The truth was that she was indeed aware of why Carrion had been drawn to her, but she wasn't going to let the counselors know about it, not until she knew more herself. So she said it was a mystery to her, and a mystery, she didn't neglect to remind them, that had almost cost her her life. "Well, you survived to tell the tale," Narita remarked, his voice dripping sarcasm. "So why don't you tell it, instead of meandering around explaining nothing at all?" Heliofather said. "I've nothing to tell," Candy replied. "There are laws defending the Abarat from your kind. You know that, don't you?" "What will you do? Execute me?" Candy said. "Oh, don't look so shocked. You're not angels. Yes, you probably had good reason to protect yourselves from my kind, but no kind is perfect, even Aberratians." Boa was right, Candy thought. They were a bunch of bullies, just like her dad, just like everyone else. And the more they bullied, the more she was determined not to give them any answers. "I can't help it whether you believe me or not. You can interrogate me all you like, but you're just going to get the same answer. I don't know anything." Heliofather snorted with contempt. "Ah, let her go," he said. "This is a waste of time." "But she has powers, Father. She was seen wielding them." "So maybe she saw them in a book. Wasn't she with that idiot Wolfswinkle for a time? Whatever she may have learned, she'll forget it. Humankind can't hold on to mystery." There was a long, irritated silence. Finally, Candy said, "Can I go?" "No," said the stone-faced representative from Efreet. "We're not finished with our questions." "Let the girl go, Zuprek," Jimothy said. "Nebus still has something to say," the Efreetian replied. "Get on with it." Nebus spoke like a snail edging along a knife. He looked like iridescent gossamer. "We all know she has some affection for the creature, though why that should be is incomprehensible. She's plainly concealing a great deal from us. If I had my way, I'd call in Yedik Magash." "A torturer?" Jimothy said. "No, he's simply somebody who knew how to get the truth when, as now, it was being willfully withheld. But I don't expect this council to sanction such a choice. You're all too soft. You'll choose fur over stone, and in the end we'll all suffer for it." "Do you actually have a question for the girl?" Yobias Thim asked wearily. "All my candles are down, and I don't have any others with me." "Yes, Thim, I have a question," Zuprek said. "Then, Lordy Lou, ask it." Zuprek's shards fixed upon Candy. I want to know when it was you were last in the company of Christopher Carrion, he said. Say nothing, Boa told her. Why shouldn't they know? Candy thought, and without waiting for any further argument from Boa, she told Zuprek, I found him in my parents' bedroom. This was back in the hereafter? Yes, of course. My mother and father haven't been to the Abarat. None of my family has. Well, that's some sort of comfort, I suppose, Zuprek said. At least we won't have an invasion of Quackenbushes to deal with. His sour humor got a few titters from sympathetic souls around the table. Narita Meku, Skipplewit, one or two others. But Nebus still had further questions, and he was deadly serious. What was Carrion's condition? He wanted to know. He was very badly wounded. I thought he was going to die. But he didn't die? Not on the bed, no. Somewhere close by, you're implying? I only know what I saw. And what was that? Well, the window burst open, and all this water rushed in. It carried him away. That was the last time I saw him, disappearing into the dark water, and then gone. Are you satisfied, Nebus? Jimothy said. Almost, came the reply. Just tell us all, without any lies or half-truths, what you believe the real reason for Carrion's interest in you was. I already said, I don't know. She's right, Jimothy reminded his fellow counselors. Now we're going around in circles. I say enough. I have to agree, Skipplewit remarked, though I, like Nebus, yearn for the good old days when we could have left her with Yedik Magash for a while. I don't have any problem with using someone like Magash if the situation really calls for it. Which this doesn't, Jimothy said. On the contrary, Jimothy, Nebus said. There is going to be one last great war. How do you know that? Jimothy said. Just accept it. I know what the future looks like, and it's grim. The Isabella will be blood-red from Tasmagor to Babylonium. I do not exaggerate. And this will be all her fault, Heliofather said. Is that what you're implying? All? Nebus said. No, not all. There are 10,000 reasons why a war is bound to come eventually. Whether it will be the last war is, shall we say, open to speculation. But whether it is or isn't, it's going to be a disastrous conflict because it comes with so many questions unanswered. Many of them, maybe most, maybe all, are associated with this girl. Her presence has raised the heat under a simmering pan, and now it will quickly boil and burn. What do I say to that? Candy silently asked Boa. As little as possible, Boa told her. Let him be the aggressor if that's the game he wants to play. Just pretend you're cool and sophisticated instead of some girl who was dragged up out of nowhere. You mean act more like a princess? Candy replied, unable to keep the raw displeasure from her thoughts. Well, as you put it that way, the princess said. As I put it that way, what? Yes, I suppose I do mean more like me. Well, you keep thinking that, Candy said. Let's not get into an argument about it. We both want the same thing. And what's that? To keep Yedik Magash from taking us into a sealed room. So, if anyone has insight into Carrion's nature, it's our guest. Isn't that right, Candy? May I call you Candy? We're not your enemies, you do know that. Funny, that's not the impression I get, Candy replied. Come on, no more stupid games. You all think I was conspiring with him, don't you? Conspiring to do what? Heliofather said. How would I know? Candy said. I didn't do it. We're not fools, girl, said Zuprek, re-entering the exchange with his tone now nakedly combative. Nor are we without informants. You can't keep the company of someone like Christopher Carrion without drawing attention to yourself. Are you telling me that you were spying on us? Zuprek allowed a phantom smile to haunt his stone face. How interesting, he said softly. I sniff guilt. No, you don't, Candy told him. It's just irritation you can smell. You had no right to be watching me, watching us. You're the Grand Council of the Abarat, and you're spying on your own citizens? You're not a citizen. You're a nobody. That was just vicious, Zuprek. She's mocking us. Do any of you see that? She intends to be the death of us, so she mocks." There was a long silence. Finally, somebody said, "We're done with this interview. Let's move on." "I agree," Jimothy said. "She told us nothing, you dumb cat," Helio yelled. Jimothy sprang off his chair and onto his haunches in one smooth motion. "You know, my people are closer to beasts than some of you others," he said. "Maybe you should remember that. I can smell a lot of fear in this room right now. A lot. Jimothy! Jimothy!" Candy stepped in the Cat King's line of sight. "Nobody's been hurt. It's all right. There's just some people here with no respect for those who are a little different." Jimothy stared through Candy, not hearing her, it seemed, or listening to anything she was saying. His claws curled into the table and raked the polished wood. "Jimothy, I have such high regard for the visitor. I admit that predisposes me to think well of her, but if I genuinely believed she would be, as Zuprek put it, the death of us, there is no sentiment in the Abarat that would make me merciful." "Well then, Zuprek," Narita said, "I think it falls to you to prove or not to prove." "Forget proof," Nebus said. "This isn't about proof. It's about faith. We who have faith in the future of the Abarat must act to protect it. Sometimes we will be criticized for our decisions." "You're talking about the camps," Narita said. "I don't approve of the girl hearing us discussing the camps," Zuprek said. "It's none of her business." "What does it matter?" Helio said. "People already know." "It's time we discussed this," Jimothy said. "Kamexo is building one on Ninnyhammer, but nobody asks questions. Nobody cares as long as the kid keeps telling them everything's perfect." "Don't you support the camps, Jimothy?" Narita said. "No, I do not." "Why not?" said Eubias. "Your family line is perfectly pure. Look at you, purebred Aberratian." "So what?" "You'd be perfectly safe. We all would." Candy sniffed something of significance here, but she kept her tone as casual as possible, despite the sickening feeling she had in the pit of her stomach. "Camps?" "It's nothing to do with you," Narita snapped. "You shouldn't even be hearing these things." "You make it sound like there's something you're ashamed of," Candy said. "You're reading something into my words that's not there." "Okay, so you're not ashamed." "Absolutely not. I'm simply doing my duty." "I'm glad you're proud," Jimothy jumped in, "because one day we may need to answer for every decision we've done. This interrogation, the camps, everything." He was staring down at his paws. "If this goes bad, they'll need necks for nooses. And they'll be ours. It should be ours. We all knew what we were doing when we started this." "Scared for your neck, are you, Jimothy?" said Zuprek. "No," Jimothy said. "I'm scared for my soul, Zuprek. I'm afraid I'll lose it because I was too busy making camps for purebloods." Zuprek uttered a grinding growl and started to get up from his table, his hands closed into fists. "No, Zuprek," Narita Meku said. "This meeting is at a close." She threw an aside at Candy. "Go, child. You're dismissed." "I haven't finished with her," Zuprek yelled. "This committee has," Meku said. This time she pushed Candy toward the door. "Go!" It was already open. Candy glanced back at Jimothy, grateful for all he had done. Then she headed away through the door while Zuprek's cries echoed off the chamber walls. "She'll be the death of us!" Chapter 3. The Wisdom of the Mob. Candy found Malingo waiting for her among the crowd outside the council chambers. The look of relief that flooded his face when she emerged was almost worth the discomfort of the highly unpleasant interview. She did her best to hurriedly explain all that she had just endured. "But they've let you go?" he said when she was finished. "Yeah," Candy said. "You thought they were going to throw me in jail?" "It crossed my mind. There's no love for the hereafter, that's for sure. Just listening to people passing by. And the worst is still to come," Candy said. "Another war?" That's what the council thinks. Abarat against the hereafter, or night against day? Candy caught a few suspicious glances coming her way. I think we should continue this conversation somewhere else, she said. I don't want any more interrogations. Where do you want to go? Malingo said. Anywhere, as long as it's away from here, Candy said. I don't want to have any more questions thrown at me until I've got all the answers straight. And how do you plan on doing that? Candy threw Malingo an uneasy glance. Say it, he said. Whatever it is you've got on your mind. I've got a princess on my mind, Malingo. And now I know she's been there since the day I was born. It changes things. I thought I was Candy Quackenbush from Chickentown, Minnesota. And in a way, I was. I lived an ordinary life on the outside. But on the inside, in here, she said, putting her finger to her temple, I was learning what she knew. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Boa learned magic from Carrion, and then I took it from her and hid it. But you're saying that aloud right now. That's because she knows now. There's no use to play hide-and-seek, not for either of us. She's in me, and I know it, and I've got everything she knows about the Abarat, and she knows that. I would have done the same thing, I don't doubt, Boa said. But I think it's time we parted. I agree. With what? Malingo said. I was talking to Boa. She wants her freedom. Can't blame her, Malingo said. I don't, Candy said. I just don't know where to start. Ask the Geshrat to tell you about Laguna Mun. Do you know somebody called Laguna Mun? Not personally, no, Malingo said. But there was a rhyme in one of Wolfswinkle's books about the woman. Do you remember it? Malingo thought for a moment or two. Then he recited it. Laguna Mun had a son, perfect in every way. A joy to see at work time, and bliss to watch at play. But oh, how did she come by him, I cannot bear to say. That's it? Yeah. Supposedly one of her sons was made from all the good in her, but he was a dull child. So dull she wanted nothing to do with him, so she went and made another son. Let me guess, out of all the evil in her? Well, whoever wrote the rhyme cannot bear to say, but yes, I think that's what we're supposed to think. She's a very powerful woman, Boa said, and she's been known to use her powers to help people if she's in the mood. Candy reported this to Malingo, then Boa added, Of course, she is crazy. Why is there always a catch? Candy said out loud. What? Malingo said. Boa says Laguna Mun's crazy. And what, you're Candy, the sane lady? I don't think so. Good point. Let the mad find wisdom in their madness for the sane, and let the sane be grateful. Is that a famous saying? Maybe if I say it often enough. The Geshrat talks a lot of sense for a Geshrat. What did she say? Malingo asked Candy. How did you know she said anything? I'm starting to see it on your face. She said you were very clever. Malingo didn't look convinced. Yeah, I bet she did, he said. Their route took them back to the harbor via a selection of much smaller streets than those by which they had ascended to the council chamber. There was an air of unease in these narrow alleys and tiny yards. People were going about anxious, furtive business. It was, Candy thought, as though everyone was making plans for what to do if things didn't turn out right. Through partly open doors that gave access into shadowy interiors, she even caught a glimpse of people packing up in preparation for a hurried departure. Malingo clearly interpreted what they saw the same way, because he said to Candy, Did the council talk about evacuating the Great Head? No. Then why are people getting ready to leave? It makes no sense. If anywhere's safe, it's the Yebadim Day. Lordy Lou, this is one of the oldest structures in existence. Apparently old age isn't what it used to be. They walked on in silence then, down to the harbor. There were a dozen fishing boats or more trying to find docking places so that the cargo of detritus could be unloaded. Bits of Chickentown, Candy said grimly. Don't let it bother you. The people here have heard so many things about your people over the years. Now they've got something to actually hold in their hands. It looks like trash, most of it. Yeah. What are they going to think of Chickentown? Candy said sadly. Malingo said nothing. He hung back to let Candy go on ahead to examine the stuff the fishermen had scooped from the waters of the Isabella. Did the people of the Abarat think any of this was of value? 2 pink plastic flamingos washed away from somebody's garden, a lot of old magazines and bottles of pills, some bits of bashed-up furniture, a big sign with a stupid bug-eyed chicken painted on it, and another that announced the subject of the Sunday sermon at the Lutheran Church on Whitmer Street, the many doors of God's mansion. Somebody among the crowd, a golden-eyed, green-bearded individual, lubricated by several bottles of the kid's best ale, had decided to take this opportunity to pontificate on the subject of how dangerous humankind and its wicked technologies could be. He had plenty of supporters and friends among the crowd who quickly provided him with a couple of fish crates to stand on, from which perch he let loose a venomous tirade. "If the tide carried their treasures here," he said, "then it's going to bring some of their owners, too. We need to be ready. We all know what the people of the hereafter will do if they come back. They'll be after the Abarat again." He had only got that far when Candy heard somebody nearby murmur her name. She looked around and quickly found a friendly face, that of Izarith, who'd taken the trouble to look after Candy when she'd first ventured into the chaotic interior of the Great Head. She'd fed Candy and given her a warm fire by which to dry herself, even given Candy her first Aberratian garments to wear. Izarith was a schismat. Her people were born from the deep waters of what Izarith had called Mama Isabella. Now she came through the crowd toward Candy wearing what looked like a homemade hat sewn from different kinds of seaweed. She was cradling her baby Nazre with one arm and holding the little hand of her daughter Mesa with the other. She was very emotional about seeing Candy again, her eyes filled with silver-green tears. "I've heard so much about you since you first came to my house, about all the things you've done." She glanced at Malingo. "And I've heard about you, too," she said. "You're the one who worked for the wizard, right? On Ninnyhammer?" Malingo made a little smile. "This is Izarith, Malingo," Candy said. "She was very kind to me when I first got here." "I did what anybody would have done," Izarith said. "Do you have time to come back to the house and tell me whether all the things I've heard are true? You both look hungry." "Actually, I am a little," Malingo said. But in the short time since Izarith had called to Candy, the mood of the crowd had changed, influenced by the anger toward humankind pouring from the man with the green beard. "We should hunt them down, every last one of them humans, and hang them," he said. "If we don't, it's only a moment of time before they come looking to steal our magic again." "You know, I don't think we have time to eat, Izarith, much as we'd like to stay." "You're worried about Kaitamini, aren't you?" "Is he the one saying he'd like me hanged?" "He hates everybody. Right now it's your people, Candy. It could be Geshrats in 5 minutes." "There's a lot of people agreeing with him," Candy said. "People like to have somebody to hate. Me? I'm too busy raising the little ones." "What about your husband?" "Oh, Rufus is working on his boat right now, patching it up for selling. We're getting out of the Yebadim Day as soon as we have the money. It's getting too dangerous." "Is his boat seaworthy?" Malingo said. "Rufus says it is." "Then perhaps he'd take us to the nonce for a price." "The nonce?" Izarith said. "Why are you going there?" "We're meeting friends," Candy said. She reached in her pockets as she talked and brought out all the pattersem she had. Malingo did the same. "Here's all the money we've got," she said to Izarith. "Would that pay for the journey?" "I'm sure it'll be more than enough," Izarith replied. "Come on, I'll take you to Rufus. The boat's nothing fancy, just so you know." "We don't need anything fancy," Candy said. "We just need to get away from here." Izarith lent Candy her wide-brimmed hat to keep anyone in the increasingly agitated crowd from realizing that they had a member of humankind in their midst, then led Candy and Malingo down the quay, past vessels large and small to one of the smallest of the lot. There was a man on board, doing some final work on his vessel with brush and paint. Izarith called her husband away from his work and quickly explained the situation. Meanwhile, Candy watched Kaitomini's audience from the corner of her eye. She had a nasty feeling that she and Malingo hadn't passed through the crowd entirely unnoticed, a feeling that was lent weight when several of the crowd's members turned to look in Candy's direction, and, after a moment, started to walk down the quay toward them. "We're in trouble, Izarith," Candy said. "Or at least I am. I think it would be better if you weren't seen with me." "What, them?" Izarith said, staring back contemptuously at the approaching thugs. "I'm not afraid of them." "Candy's right, love," Rufus said. "Take the children quickly and go around the back of the fish market. Hurry!" "Thank you," Candy said. "Next time it won't be so rushed." "You tell my husband to come back to us as quickly as possible." "He will, don't worry," Candy replied. The man with the green beard, who had first incited the anger with his speechifying, was now breaking through the approaching little mob of bullies to lead it. "Are we going?" Rufus yelled. "Oh, Lordy Lou, are we ever?" Candy said. "Then come on!" Candy jumped into the boat. Its boards creaked. "If you've cracked her boards and you drowned, don't blame me," Rufus grinned. "We won't drown," Malingo said, following Candy. "This girl has great work to do. Great work." Candy smiled. It was true. What or how or when, she had no idea, but it was true. Rufus was racing to the wheelhouse, yelling to Malingo as he did so. "Cut the rope, Geshrat! Be quick!" The dock was reverberating as the mob, its numbers increasing, followed Greenbeard's lead. "I see you, girl!" he yelled. "And I know who you are!" "Rope severed, Rufus." "Hold on, then, and pray." "Go!" Candy yelled to Rufus. "Your crimes against the Abarat must be punished!" The last word was repeated by every hate-filled throat in the crowd. "Punished! Punished! Pun!" The third time, the threat was drowned out by the raucous roar of Rufus's little boat as its engine came to life. A cloud of yellow exhaust fumes erupted from the stern of the boat, its density blotting all sight of the mob, just as its din had blotted all sound. Rufus's work was not over. They had got away from the dock, but they were not yet out of the harbor, and there were more opportunistic fishermen bringing in cargoes of garbage all the time. If Rufus's boat had been any larger, it would have been caught in the confusion. But it was a tiny thing and nimble-like, especially with Rufus at the wheel. By the time the smoke trail had cleared, the boat was out of the harbor and into the Straits of Dusk. Chapter 4. The Kid. Candy's escape from the mob in the Yebadim day had not gone unnoticed. The greatest concentration of eyes spying her jeopardy were at 3 o'clock in the morning. At the heart of that extraordinary city was a vast round mansion, and at the heart of the mansion, a circular viewing chamber where the innumerable mechanical spies that were scattered around the Abarat, perfect imitations of flora and fauna so cunningly crafted as to be indistinguishable from the real thing, but for the fact that each carried a minuscule camera, reported what they saw. There were literally thousands of screens in the circular room covering the inner and outer walls, and Rojo Pixler would have been there watching the world he had brought into being, its little tragedies, its little farces, its little spectacles of love and death on full display. But today he was not riding around the room on his levitation disc surveying the archipelago. The team of island watchers was currently led by his trusted colleague, Dr. Vorzangler, wearing his beloved spectacles which offered the illusion that his two eyes were one. It was he who was noting any significant comings and goings, one of which was that of Candy Quackenbush. Vorzangler ordered his second, third, and fourth in command to be sure that each reminded the other to remind Vorzangler to report the movements of the girl from the hereafter to the great architect when he finally returned. Though the phrase, "when he returns," usually carried little significance, today it did. Today, the great architect was surveying the site of his next great creation, an undersea city in the deepest trenches of the Sea of Isabella. Why? Vorzangler had asked Pixler more than once, to which the answer had always been the same: to put a name to the hitherto nameless, and embrace the wonders that surely existed in the lightless deeps. And when innocent endeavors had been achieved and those creatures had been catalogued, then he would be able to undertake the true objective of this endeavor, one which he had only shared with Vorzangler: to lay in the hidden habitat of these unknown life forms the foundation of a deep-water city so ambitious in scale and design that the blazing immensity of Comexo City would be as a rough sketch might be to the finished masterwork. Even now, as Vorzangler watched Candy Quackenbush leave the Yebadim Day, Pixler was visible on an adjacent screen climbing into his bathyscaphe, giving the camera a confident wave as he did so. Inside, he had only artificial intelligences beside him, but their cold company was all he needed. His face appeared now in the fisheye lens that relayed his presence at the master controls of the bathyscaphe. His voice, when he spoke, had a metallic tone. "Don't look so worried, Vorzangler," Pixler said. "I know what I'm doing." "Of course, sir," the doctor replied. "But I wouldn't be human if I wasn't a little concerned." "Boasting now?" Pixler said. "About what, sir?" "About your humanity. There aren't very many employees of the company who could say such a thing." Pixler ran his hands over the bathyscaphe's controls, turning on all the vessel's functions. "Smile, Vorzangler," he said. "We're making history, you and I." "I just wish we were making it on another day," Vorzangler replied. "Why?" "Just bad dreams, sir. Every rational man is allowed a few irrational dreams, wouldn't you say?" "What did you dream?" Pixler wanted to know. The bathyscaphe's door slammed closed and sealed with a hiss. An artificial voice announced that the winches were all fully functional. "It was nothing of consequence." "Then tell me what you dreamed, Vorzangler." Vorzangler's single eye dodged left and right, looking for a way to avoid meeting the great architect's inquiring gaze, but Pixler had always been able to stare him down. "All right," he said. "I'll tell you. I dreamed that everything went perfectly well with the descent, except once you got into the very deepest place." "Yes?" "There was a city already there." "Ah! And its occupants?" "They'd gone, thousands of years before. Great scaly fins they'd had, and beauty in their faces. There were mosaics on the walls, such bright, ambitious eyes." "And what happened to them?" Vorzangler shook his head. "They left no clue, unless their perfect city was the clue." "What kind of clue is perfection?" "Well, you would know, sir." Pixler was not so easily persuaded. "Why did you have to have that stupid dream? You may have cursed my entire enterprise." "We're scientists, sir. We don't believe in curses." "Don't tell me what I believe in. Find me the kid." "He's being searched for." "And not found?" "Not so far." "Don't bother. I just thought he'd want to see me off." The automatic doors of the bathyscaphe were closing. A flicker of anxiety crossed the great architect's face, but he would not be commanded by it. The three massive winches, one of them supplying power to the bathyscaphe, the second delivering clean air, the third and largest bearing the weight of the immense vessel, were paying out steadily now. Vorzangler looked at the readings on the screens that surrounded the cabin. Hundreds of tiny cameras, like shoals of one-eyed fish, circled the descent column down which the bathyscaphe would be coming, their motion and their iridescence designed to draw out of the darkness every kind of mysterious creature that hunted in their oppressive depths. "What happens if he never comes back?" said a forlorn voice. Vorzangler looked away from the screens. It was the kid who had spoken. For once, his smile had deserted him. He watched the bathyscaphe's descent with the expression of a genuinely deserted child. "We must pray he does," Vorzangler said. "But I always prayed to him," the kid said. "Then, my child, I suggest you think of another god as quickly as you can." "Why?" said the kid, his voice tinged with a little hysteria. "Do you think Pops will die down there?" "Now, why would I think that?" Vorzangler said, his response unconvincing. "I heard you two talking about something that lives deep down in the dark. It's called the Rekagax, isn't it?" "They, boy," Vorzangler said. "They are called the Requiacs." "Ha!" the kid said, like he'd caught Vorzangler in a lie. "So they do exist." "That's one of the things your father's gone down to find out, whether they exist or not." "It's not fair. He's mine. If he goes down into the dark and never comes up again, what will I do? I'll kill myself. That's what I'll do." "No, you won't." "I will. You see if I don't." "Your father's a very special man, a genius. He's always going to be looking for new places to explore and things to build." "Well, I hate him," the kid said. He took out his catapult, loaded it with a stone, and aimed it at the biggest screen. He could scarcely have failed to miss. The screen shattered when the stone struck it, exploding in a shower of white sparks and Comexo patent glass fragments. "Stop that immediately," Vorzangler said. But the kid had already loaded his catapult again and was firing. A second screen went to pieces. "I shall have to summon the guards if you don't." He didn't need to finish. The kid had already seen something on the screens that made him forget his catapult. There was a girl being watched by the spy cameras. A girl who the kid knew, at least by sight, because his father had summoned up her image for him the night he'd come back from Ninnyhammer, where he met her. "Her name's Candy Quackenbush, my boy," the kid said, perfectly imitating his creator's voice. The sight of Candy put all of the kid's rage toward Pixlr out of his mind. Now he was consumed by curiosity. "Where are you off to, Candy Quackenbush?" he said too quietly for Vorzangler to hear. "Why don't you come to the city and be my friend? I need a friend." He went to the lowest of the screens that carried her image, and, reaching out, he gently put his hand upon her face. "Please come," he murmured. "I don't mind waiting. I'll be here. Just come. Please." Chapter 5. Remnants of Wickedness. About 3 weeks after the waters of the Sea of Isabella had crossed the threshold between the Abarat and the hereafter, flooding many of the streets of Chickentown and demolishing in its force and fury the town's finest old houses along with the courthouse, the church, and the Henry Murcutt Public Library, Candy's father, Bill Quackenbush, began to take nightly walks through the town. Bill had never had any enthusiasm for exercise before now. He'd always been happiest at his most sedentary, slumped in his leatherette throne in front of the television, with beer, cold pizza, and a warm remote control close at hand. But he no longer watched television. During the early evenings, he sat in his chair drinking his way through a dozen cans of beer, smoking until every ashtray was filled, and on occasion eating slices of white bread. As the hours crept on, the members of his family would slope off to bed, not even his wife Melissa bothering to say good night. Only once the house was finally still and silent, usually a little after midnight, Would Bill go into the kitchen, brew some strong coffee to wake himself up, and prepare for the trek ahead by putting on his old work boots, still crusted with dried chicken blood, and his dark blue windbreaker? The weather was becoming unpredictable as autumn's grip deepened. Some nights there'd be rain in the gusts from the north, even sleet on a couple of occasions. But he didn't let the drop in the temperature change his rituals. There was something he needed to do out in the streets of the town where he'd lived all his life. Important work that his dulled mind tried to comprehend day after day as he sat in front of the blank television screen, the drapes drawn against the October sky. Work that demanded he leave the comfort of his chair and venture out to wander through the town even though he had no idea what or why he was seeking. All he had by way of a compass was the deep-rooted conviction that one night he would turn a corner somewhere in the town and find before him the solution to this mystery. But each night it was the same story: exhaustion and disappointment. Just before dawn, he'd come home to the dark, silent house with his hands empty and his heart aching as it had never ached. Not in sorrow, nor in regret, and certainly never out of love. Tonight, however, there was a strange certainty in him that had him so eager to start his search that he had headed out into the night as soon as he heard Melissa switch off the lamp beside the bed where they had once slept as husband and wife. In his haste to leave the house, he had not only forgotten to make some coffee, but also to put on his windbreaker. No matter. One evil canceled out the other. The cold so bracing he could scarcely have been more awake, more alive. Though his fingers rapidly became numb and his eyes ached in their sockets, the anticipation of joy and the joy of anticipation were so powerful that he pressed on without concern for his well-being, allowing his feet to choose streets to turn into that he would never have chosen, or perhaps even seen, before tonight. Finally, his wanderings brought him to a little cul-de-sac called Caleb Place. The waters of the Isabella had done extremely devastating work here. Trapped within the basin of the cul-de-sac, they had thrown their destructive power around the ring of houses, completely leveling several of them and leaving only 3 with any hope of being rebuilt. The most coherent of the surviving buildings was the one to which Bill Quackenbush was drawn. It was heavily cordoned off with wide plastic tape on which was repeatedly printed the warning, "Dangerous structure, do not enter." Bill ignored the warning, of course. Ducking under the tape, he scrambled up over the rubble and into the interior of the house. The moon was bright enough to spill through the stripped roof to illuminate the interior with a silvery wash. At the front door, he paused for a long moment and listened. He could hear an unidentifiable sound from the interior, rhythmical, muffled. He listened carefully so as to at least locate its source. It was coming from somewhere upstairs, he concluded. He pushed open the front door and waded through the litter of trashed furniture and bricks between the door and the stairs. The floodwaters had stripped virtually everything off the walls, the pictures, the wallpaper, even much of the plaster, which had fallen away in cobs, making some of the stairs difficult to negotiate. But Bill had met and overcome many obstacles since Candy's time in the Abarat. He wasn't going to be dissuaded from this journey by a few littered stairs. He experienced a few clammy moments as he gingerly stepped from one cracked timber to the next, but his luck held. He reached the landing, which was more solid than the stairs, without incident. He paused a moment to get his bearings, then he started down the passage toward the room at the far end, from which came, he was certain, the strange noise that had drawn him up here. The room still had its door, which was open a few inches. He paused before it almost reverentially, and then, using the pressure of just 2 fingers, he pushed. Creaking, the door swung open. The moon's brightness illuminated half the room. The rest was in shadow. On the moonlit boards he saw scattered the source of the sounds he'd heard. Dozens of birds, common creatures he couldn't have named even though he saw them on Followell Street whenever he'd gone out back. They were lying on the floor as though some merciless force was pinning their heads to the boards, leaving them to flutter wildly, beating their wings so violently that the air was filled with flecks of feathers, which the constant updraft from the panicked wings below kept in circulation. "What is this?" he muttered to himself. In the dark half of the room, something moved, something that Bill knew wasn't a bird. "Who's there?" he said. There was a second motion in the dark, and something suddenly propelled itself out of the shadows into the wash of moonlight. It landed among the stricken birds no more than a yard or two from where Bill was standing, then leaped up again so that with its second leap it struck the moonlit wall opposite the door. Bill got only a blurred impression. It might have been a brightly colored monkey, except that he'd never seen a monkey move so fast. The motion drove the birds into a fresh frenzy, and some, in their terror, found the strength to escape their pinning. They rose into the middle of the room, apparently unwilling, despite the open roof above them, to depart the presence of whatever had attracted them here in the first place. Their excited circling made it even harder for Bill to get a clear sense of the thing. What was this strange entity pinned to the wall? It seemed to be made of fabric rather than skin. A patchwork of 4, perhaps 5, colored materials that ranged from livid scarlet to one of polished black with a dash of vibrant blue. The beast didn't appear to have any recognizable anatomy. There was no sign of anything resembling a head or even any of the features a head might have carried. It had no eyes that Bill could make out, nor ears, nor nose, nor mouth. Bill felt profoundly disappointed. Surely this couldn't be the answer to the mystery of his nightly searches around town. The answer he'd been seeking had to be something more than some formless scraps of stained felt. However, though there was little about the creature he found beguiling, he was still curious about it. "What are you?" he asked, more to himself than anything. The creature's response, much to Bill's surprise, was to stretch out its 4 extremities and draw all its power into itself. Then it kicked off from the wall and flew at Bill as though plucked by an unseen hand. Bill was too slow, too surprised to avoid it. The thing wrapped itself around him, blinding him completely. In the sudden darkness, Bill's sense of smell worked overtime. The beast stank. It had the stench of a heavy fur coat that had been put away soaking wet and had been left in a wardrobe to rot ever since. The stench oppressed him, disgusted him. He grabbed hold of the thing and tried to pull it off his head. "Finally," the creature said. "William Quackenbush, you heard our call. Get off me. Only if you will listen to us." "Us?" "Yes. You're hearing 5 voices. There are 5 of us, William Quackenbush, here to serve you." "To serve me?" Bill stopped fighting with the thing. "You mean like to obey me?" "Yes." Bill grinned a spittle grin. "Anything I say?" "Yes." "Then stop smothering me, you damn fools!" The 5 responded, instantly leaping off his head and back onto the wall again. "What are you?" "Well, why not? If he doesn't like the truth because it sounds crazy, then he's learned something, hasn't he?" the thing said to itself. Then it addressed Bill. "We were once 5 hats belonging to members of the Noncian Magic Circle. But our owners were murdered, and the murderer then celebrated his getting what he wanted by having a heart attack. So we were left looking for someone to give our powers to. And you chose me." "Of course." "Why, of course? Nobody has ever willingly chosen me for anything." "Why do you think, Lord?" Bill knew the answer without having to think. "My daughter." "Yes," said the thing. "She has great power. No doubt it comes from you." "From me? What does that mean?" "It means you will possess greater influence than you ever dreamed of owning, even in your wildest dreams of godhood." "I never dreamed of being God." Then wake up, William Quackenbush. Wake up and know the reality. Though Bill was already awake, his instinctive self understood the deeper significance of what he was being told. The expression on his face opened like a door, and whatever was behind it caught the attention of the creature that had once been several hats. "Look at you, Billy boy," it said, its 5 voices suddenly changed and harmonizing in admiration. "Such a radiance there is out of you, such a strong, clear light to drive all the fear away." "Me? Who else? Think, Billy boy, think! Who can deliver us from the terror that your child is about to call down upon the world, if not you who made her?" At the moment when the creature had talked about Bill's radiance, the many silent birds Bill had seen rose into the air and circled around Bill in a vortex of bright black eyes and applauding wings. "What are they doing?" Bill asked the shapeless thing. "Paying homage to you." "Well, I don't like it." "What do you want me to do?" "Stop them." "Stop them dead?" "Sure." "Sure," the creature said, catching perfectly the tone of Bill's response. "Are you making fun of me?" "Never," came the reply. A heartbeat later, every single bird dropped out of the air and fell lifeless in the debris. "Better?" the creature said. Bill considered the silence. "A whole lot," he finally replied. He laughed lightly. It was a laugh he'd forgotten he was capable of, that of a man who had nothing to lose and nothing to fear. He glanced at his watch. "Almost dawn," he said. "I'd better get going. What do I do with you?" "Wear us on your head, like a turban." "Foreigners wear those." "You are a foreigner, Billy boy. You don't belong here. You'll get used to wearing us. In our previous life, we made very impressive hats. We've just come unglued of late." "I know exactly how you feel," Bill said. "But that's all gonna change now, isn't it?" "Indeed it is," said the remnants of Caspar Wolfswinkle's 5 hats. "You've found us. Everything changes now." Chapter 6. Under Gibberish. Rufus's little boat carried Candy and Malingo southwest down the Straits of Dusk and between the islands of Heffiker and Ninnyhammer to Gibberish, in the wilds of which a tribe of women called the Quarv lived by preying on weary travelers who they then cooked and ate. Rumor had it that Laguna Mun, the sorceress they had come to find, was sympathetic to the Quarv, despite their appetites, tending to them when they were sick, and even accepting their offer to eat with them on occasion. Certainly the island was a fit place for such repugnant events to occur. It stood at 11 o'clock at night, just 1 hour from the horror of midnight. The islands were still, however, slivers of time sealed off from one another. Only sounds would find their way through for some reason, echoes of echoes, eerily remote. But it wasn't difficult to identify the sounds from the nearby hour of Gorgosium. There was demolition going on. Massive land-clearing engines were at work, bringing down walls, digging up foundations. The noise echoed off the heights of Gibberish's west-facing cliffs. "What are they doing over there?" Malingo wondered aloud. "It's best not to ask," Rufus said in a hushed tone, "or even think about it." He stared up at the stars, which were so bright over Gibberish that the sum of their light was greater than even the brightest moon. Better to think of the beauty of light, yes, than to think of what's going on in the darkness. Curiosity kills. I lost my brother Skafta, my twin brother, just because he asked too many questions. "I'm sorry to hear that," Candy said. "Thank you, Candy. Now, where do you want me to let you off? On the big island or the little one?" "I didn't know there was a big one and a little one." "Oh, yes, of course. The Quarv rule the big island. The little one is for ordinary folks, and the witch, of course." "By witch, you mean Laguna Mun?" Yes. Then that's the island we want. You're going to see the incantatrix? Yes. You do know she's crazy. Yes, we've heard people say that. But people say a lot of things that aren't true. About you mean? I wasn't... They do, you know. They say all kinds of wacko things. Like what? Malingo said. It doesn't matter, Candy said. I don't need to hear silly things people dream up. They don't know me. And you as well, Malingai, said Rufus. Malingo, said Malingo. They say terrible things about you, too. Now I have to know. You've got a choice, Geshrat. Either I tell you some ridiculous gossip I heard, and while I'm wasting my time doing that, the current throws us up on those rocks, or I forget the nonsense and do the job you're paying me for. Get us to solid ground, Malingo said, sounding disappointed. Happily, Rufus said, and turned his attention back to the wheel. The waters around the boat were becoming frenzied. You know, I don't want to be telling you your job, Candy said, but if you're not careful, the current's going to carry us into that cave. You do see it, don't you? Yes, I see it, Rufus yelled over the roar and rage of the Isabella. That's where we're going. But the water's very rough. Yes. Frenzied. Yes. Then you'd better hold on tight, hadn't you? Before another word could be exchanged, the boat entered the cave. The passage into the cave forced the foaming waters to climb and quicken and climb, until the top 2 feet of the boat's mast were snapped off as it scraped the roof. For a few terrifying moments, it seemed the entire boat and those aboard would be scraped to mush and splinters against the roof. But as quickly as the waters had risen, they subsided again without any further damage done. The channel widened and the racing current eased. Though they had already been borne a considerable distance into the body of the island, there was a plentiful supply of light. Its source, the colonies of phosphorescent creatures that encrusted the walls and stalactites that hung from the roof. They were an unlikely marriage of crab and bat, their bizarre anatomies decorated with elaborate symmetrical designs. Directly ahead of them lay a small island with a steep wall around it, and rising in a very sharp gradient, a single hillock covered with red-leaved trees that apparently had no need of sunlight to prosper, and a maze of whitewashed buildings arrayed beneath the garish canopy. "We'll need rope to scale that wall," Malingo said. "Either that or we use that," Candy said, pointing to a small door in the wall. "Oh," said Malingo. Rufus brought the boat around so that they could step out of the vessel and through the door. "Give my love to Izarith," Candy said to Rufus, "and tell her I'll see her again soon." Rufus looked doubtful. "Are you sure you want me to just leave you here?" he said. "We don't know how long we'll be with Laguna Mun," Candy said, "and I think things are getting chaotic. Everyone's stirred up for some reason, so I really think you should go back and be with your family, Rufus." "And you, Geshrat?" "Where she goes, I go," Malingo replied. Rufus shook his head. "Crazy, the both of you," he remarked. "Well, if things go badly for us, you have nothing to blame yourself for, Rufus," Candy said. "We're doing this in spite of your good advice." She paused, smiled. "And we will see you again." Malingo had already climbed out of the boat and was squatting on the narrow step trying the door. It opened without any forcing. "Thank you again," Candy said to Rufus, and stepped out of the boat, heading through the small and roughly painted door in pursuit of Malingo. Before she stepped over the threshold, though, she glanced back down the bank. She had no chance to call goodbye to Rufus. The possessive waters of the Isabella had already seized hold of the little boat, and it was being carried away from the island, while the winged crabs applauded the boat's escape with a mingled ovation of wing and claw. Chapter 7. The Sorrows of the Bad Son. A steep, narrow-stepped path wound its way up from the door in the wall through the trees. Candy and Malingo climbed. Though there was a wash of visible brightness through the orange-red canopy, very little of it found its way down to the path. There were, however, small lamps set beside the steps to light the way. Beyond their throw, the thicket was dense and the darkness denser still. But it wasn't deserted. "There's plenty of eyes on us," Candy said very quietly. "But no noises, no birds chirping, no insects buzzing around. Maybe there's something else here, something they're scared of." "Well, if there is," Malingo said, speaking with a fake clarity, "I hope it knows we're here to cause trouble." His performance earned him a reply. "You say you're here to cause trouble, Geshrat," said a young voice, "but saying it doesn't make it true." "Why are you here?" said a second voice. "The Suns," Malingo murmured, the words barely audible to Candy, who was standing a single step away from him. "Yes," said the first voice, "we're the Suns." "And we'll hear you," taunted the second, "however quietly you whisper, so don't waste your time." "Where are you?" Candy asked them, slowly climbing another step as she did so, and scanning the shadows off to their right from which direction the voices had seemed to come. In her hand, she quickly conjured a little ball of cloud light, a cold flame she had learned to call up from Boa. It had been, Candy vaguely thought, one of the earliest pieces of magic Candy had filched from Boa's collection. Candy squeezed it tightly. The moment would come when she had one of Laguna Mun's boys close enough to... There! A shadowy form moved across her field of vision. She didn't hesitate. She raised her arm and let it go. It blazed yellow, white, and blue, its illumination spilling only down on the figure Candy had willed it to illuminate. The cloud light did its job, and Candy saw the first of Laguna Mun's boys. He looked like a little devil, Candy thought, with his stunted horns and his squat body made of shadow and shards of color, as though he'd stood in the way of an exploding stained-glass window which hadn't hurt him because his body was made of dark-side-of-the-moon jello. When he spoke, as now he did, his voice was completely mismatched with his appearance. He had the precise, well-cultured voice of a boy who'd been to a fancy school. "I'm Mama's bad boy," he said. "Oh, really? And what's your name?" He sighed, as though the question presented huge difficulties. "What's the problem?" Candy said. "I only asked your name." There was something in her plain, unpretentious Minnesotan soul that wasn't taking to Laguna Mun's self-proclaimed bad boy. "Oh, I don't know," he said, nibbling at his thumbnail. "It's just hard to choose when you've got so many. Would you like to know how many names I have?" She didn't. "All right, I'm listening. How many?" 719, he said rather proudly. "Wow," Candy said flatly. Then, even more flatly, "Why?" "Because I can. Mama said I can have anything I like, so I have a lot of names. But you can call me Thrashing Jam. No, Pieman Hambatikin. No, Jollo Bagog. Yes, Jollo Bagog it is." "All right, and I'm Candy Quackenbush of Chickentown. Coop, Town, whichever. And that's your Geshrat friend with you, Malingo. You saved him from being the slave of the wizard Caspar Wolfswinkle." "You've certainly done your homework," Candy said. Homework, Jollo Bagog said, puzzling over the word. "Oh, work given to students by their tutors in your world, which they attempt to avoid doing by any possible means," he grinned. "That's right," Candy said. "On the nose." "On the nose," Jollo Bagog said triumphantly. "I got it on the nose. I got it on the nose." "Somebody's enjoying themselves," said a woman somewhere beyond the spill of the light that Candy had shed on Jollo. The boy's good humor instantly died away, not out of fear, Candy thought, but out of a peculiar reverence for the speaker. "Bad boy," she said. "Yes, Mama?" "Will you find our guest Malingo something to eat and drink, please?" "Of course, Mama." "And send the girl up to me." "As you wish, Mama." Candy wanted to point out that she was also hungry and thirsty, but this wasn't the time to be saying it, she knew. "All right, you heard Mama," Jollo said to Candy. "She wants you to go to her, so all you need to do is follow the silver eye." He pointed to a foot-wide eye, its pupil black, the lens of it silver, which hovered in between the trees. "Should I come?" Malingo said to Candy. "If I need you, I swear I'll yell, really loud." "Happy?" Jollo said to Malingo. "If Mama tries to eat her, she's going to yell." "Your mother wouldn't." "No, she wouldn't, Geshrat," Jollo replied. "It's humor." "A joke?" "I know what a joke is," Malingo said without much certainty. He looked for Candy, but she'd already followed the silver eye off the path into the darkness of the trees. "Come on, Geshrat. Let's get you fed," Jollo said. "If you hear Candy call, you can go straight to her. I won't even try to stop you, I promise." Chapter 8. Laguna Mun. Laguna Mun's island had seemed small when viewed from Rufus's boat, but now that Candy was being led up through its darkened slopes, it seemed far larger than she'd expected. She had left the cloud light behind her, but the silver eye shed its own light as it led her through the dense thicket. She was glad of its guidance. The ground beneath her feet was becoming steeper, and the trees she was moving between, sometimes having to force a gap large enough for her to get through, became steadily more gnarled and ancient. There was a wind blowing up here on the higher elevations. It made the antiquated trees creak, and their branches shake down a dry rain of leaves and withered fruit. Candy didn't let anything distract her from her guide. She followed it as closely as the passage through the choked undergrowth would allow, until it led her to a place where the tree's lowest branches had woven their twigs with the bushes below, forming a wall of knitted wood. Candy stood before it a moment, while the eye cast its light upon the interwoven twigs. A few seconds went by, and then a shimmer of motion passed through the wall, and where the eye had shone its light, the wall unwove itself, opening a narrow door. The trees and shrubs were still parting when the voice that had spoken to Jollo said, "Either come in or be gone, girl. But don't just stand there." "Thank you," Candy said, and stepped between the writhing branches. She had come to the top of the island. The wind here moved in sighing circles, the freight of leaves it bore rising and falling as it swept around her. It wasn't just leaves in the circling gusts, however. There were animals, too, creatures of every size and shape moving around her, their flanks pale as the moon sometimes red as a setting sun, their eyes blazing green and gold, and all leaving trails of motion on the shadowy air. She couldn't be sure whether she was witnessing a joyous race or a life-and-death pursuit. Whichever it was, it suddenly turned in her direction, and she dropped to the ground, hugging her head with her hands as she felt the rush of life passing over her. It was loud now, not only the rush of wind, but the thunder of hooves and paws, and the screeches, roars, and howls of perhaps 1,000 species, perhaps twice that. "Do you not yet know the difference between a dreamed thing and a living one?" Laguna Mun said, her voice closer to Candy than the sound of the animal's passage. "Dreamed?" Candy said. "Yes, girl," Laguna replied. "Dreamed, imagined, conjured, invented." Candy dared a cautious glance up. Whatever the incantatrix was saying, the hooves and the claws that were still racing over the top of Candy's head looked real and extremely dangerous. "It's an illusion," Laguna Mun said. "Stand up. Go on. If you don't trust me, how can anything I try to do for you have a hope of working?" Candy saw the sense in this. She raised her head a little more. The violence of the living torrent galloped over the dome that protected her thoughts. It hurt. Not just her skull, creaking beneath the assault of the hooves, but the bones of her face and the delicate tissues it protected. If she didn't endure this assault, she'd not find anyone else to tell her what Laguna Mun could. She stood up. Lordy Lou, the pain of it! Even though it was an illusion, it was still strong enough to make blood trickle from her nose. She wiped it away with the back of her hand, but a fresh flow immediately followed, and still the animals thundered on, the violence of their passage buffeting her as they pressed on. "I know you're there, Laguna Mun," she said. "You can't hide forever. Come on, show yourself." Still the creatures came, their passage through her as powerful as ever. The blood running from her nose was in her mouth. She tasted it, copper and salt. How much longer could her body survive this relentless onslaught? Surely the incantatrix wouldn't let her die because she failed. "I'm not going to die," she told herself. Again she tried to force her vision through the conjuration. Again the conjuration forced its reality upon her. "You'll never do it without me," Boa said. "Help me then." "Why should I?" A wave of anger rose up in Candy. She was sick of Boa, sick of every egocentric woman with more power than compassion that she had encountered, starting with Miss Schwartz and finishing up with Mater Motley. She'd had enough of them, all of them. And finally, her eyes started to prick the illusion that was battering her, giving her a glimpse of the mysterious Laguna Mun. She was what Candy's mother, Melissa, would have called a big-boned woman, by which she'd meant fat. "I see you," Candy said. "Good," Laguna Mun replied. "Then we can proceed." Laguna raised her hand and made a fist of it. The tidal flow of living things ceased instantly, leaving Candy with aching bones, a buzzing head, and a bloody nose. Laguna spoke, her voice soft. "I didn't expect to meet you, though I was curious, I must say. I thought the Phantomaya had your affections." "The Phantomaya is the reason I'm here," Candy said. "Ah, so somebody's been telling you stories." "It's not just a story," Candy snapped. The anger was still in her, bubbling up. "Calm yourself," Laguna Mun said. She seemed to rise from her chair and move toward Candy without taking a single step. "What did I see in your head, girl?" "Something more than me," Candy said. "Another person." Laguna's eyes, already huge, grew larger still and brighter. "Do you know the name of this other in your head?" "Yes. Her name's Princess Boa. Her soul was taken from her body by the women of the Phantomaya." "Stupid, stupid," Laguna Mun muttered to herself. "Me?" Candy said. "No, not you," Laguna replied. "Them. Playing with things that they had no business with." "Well, they did it, and now I want to undo it." "Why not go to them?" "Because they don't know I know. If they wanted us to separate eventually, they would have told me she was there, wouldn't they?" "I suppose that's reasonable, yes. Besides, one of them has already been killed because I came over to the Abarat. So if any other witch was going to die, you'd prefer it to be me." "That's not what I meant." "It's how it sounded." "What is it about this place? Everybody playing stupid games. It makes me sick." She wiped her bloodied nose again. "If you're not going to help me, then I'll just do it myself." Laguna Mun didn't attempt to conceal her astonishment or the seam of admiration that ran beside it. Lordy Lou, you would, wouldn't you? If I have to. I can't find out who I really am until she's out of my head. And what happens to her? I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. That's why I came to you. Tell me honestly, does the princess want to have a life free of you? Yes, Candy said with confidence. Laguna stared at her with intimidating intensity. The problem is that I don't really know where I stop and she begins. I must have been born with her already in my head, and we've always lived together, her and me. I should warn you, if she truly doesn't want to leave, then you'll have a fight on your hands. A fight like that could be fatal. I'll take the risk. Do you understand what I'm... Yes, it could kill me. Yes, and I'm assuming that you've also considered the fact that there may be parts of you that aren't you at all. That are her? Yes, I've thought of that too, and I'd lose them. But if they were never mine in the first place, never me, then I'm not really losing anything, am I? Laguna Munn's gilded gaze softened. What a crazy conversation there must be going on inside your head right now, she said. And I'm not talking about the one between you and your stowaway. It's a pity you and I have met so late in life, she said with what seemed to be genuine regret. I've only just turned 16, Candy said. I know. And that's young, I realize. But there are roads to revelation that should have been laid when you were just a baby, and laying them is going to be harder now. You came here in search of freedom and revelation, and I'm afraid all I can give you is warnings and confusion. So you can't separate me from Boa? That? I can do that. I can't make any predictions concerning the consequences of the separation, but I can promise you that you will never be the same again. Part 2. You, or not I. As thorn and flower upon a single branch sit, so hate beside my love for her will fit. Two pieces of one thing that make a whole, as you and I, my love, a single soul. Christopher Carrion. Chapter 9. A New Tyranny. It would have come as no surprise to the occupants of Gorgosium that the sounds of demolition were audible from the waters surrounding the island. Its inhabitants could barely hear themselves think. The Midnight Island was undergoing great changes, all designed to deepen the darkness that held Gorgosium in thrall. It wasn't the darkness of a starless sky. It was something far more profound. This darkness was in the very substance of the island, in its dirt, in its rock and fog. Over the years, many had attempted to find the words to evoke the horrors of Gorgosium. All had failed. The abominations which that island had brought to birth, and nurtured, and sent out often across the islands to do bloody and cruel work, defied even the most articulate of souls. Even Samuel Klepp, who in the most recent edition of Klepp's Almanac, the standard guide to the islands, had written about midnight in as brief and offhand a fashion as possible. There is great deal more, he had written, which I will not sully the pages of the almanac by relating, horrors that haunt the night-noon hour that will only go on to trouble our minds the more if their horrid visions are dwelt upon. Gorgosium is like unto a fetid carcass, rotting in its own consumption. Better we do upon these pages what we would do were we to encounter such a thing upon a road. We would avert our eyes from its foulness and go in search of sweeter sights. Then so should I. There was worse to come, much worse. Whatever the fear-flooded mind might have imagined when it thought of midnight, the unholy rituals performed there in the name of chaos and cruelty, the blank-eyed brutalities that took the sanity or the lives of any innocent who ventured there, the stink out of its gaping graves, and the dead who had climbed from them, raised for mischief's sake and left to wander where they would. All this was just the first line in a great book of terror that the two powers who had once ruled Gorgosium, Christopher Carrion and his grandmother, Mater Motley, had begun to write. But things had changed. In an attempt to track down and finally slaughter Candy Quackenbush, who had caused her endless problems, Mater Motley had stirred up the Sea of Isabella and used their maelstrom to carry her warship, the Wormwood, into the hereafter. Things had not gone well. The magic she had unleashed in that other world, contained perhaps by laws of matter that had no relevance in the Abarat, had lost its mind. The warship had been torn apart in the water, pieces of the Isabella and countless numbers of her Stitchling warriors torn up the same way. Her grandson, Christopher Carrion, had drowned there too. Mater Motley had returned to Gorgosium alone. Her first edict as the sole power now ruling Midnight was to summon up 6,000 Stitchlings, monsters filled with the living mud that was only mined on Gorgosium, to begin the labor of demolishing the 13 towers of the Iniquisite. In their place, she would let it be known, there would be just a single 3-spired tower built, far taller than even the tallest of the 13. From there, she would rule not only as the sovereign of Gorgosium, but in time as the Empress of the Abarat. She was a dangerous potentate. Even among her hundreds of seamstresses, some of whom had known her for the better part of a century, there were few who trusted her affections. As long as she had need of their services, and at present she did, they were safe from harm, for without seamstresses there were no new Stitchlings, and without Stitchlings no new legions to swell her army. But if that situation were to ever change, the women knew, they would be as disposable to the old mother as any Stitchling. Her weapon of choice, when summarily executing one of her mudmen, was her snakewood rod. A simple but immensely powerful wand made of snakewood that had been burned, buried, and raised up again on 3 consecutive midnights. It shot black lightning, destroying its target in an instant. On several occasions, while surveying the work of demolition, she would catch sight of one of the Stitchlings failing to labor as hard as the rest, and would summarily execute the brutish thing where it stood. The lesson, life and death were Mater Motley's gift to give or take as she saw fit, and only a fool or a suicide walked where she walked without caution. With such a powerful overseer, work on the demolition and removal of rubble proceeded at great speed. And in a matter of days, the plateau where the many towers of the Iniquisite had stood, there now stood a monumental structure. A single tower designed by an architect of genius, Incantatrix Jalafeo Mas, who used her knowledge of magic to defy the laws of physics and raise up a tower taller than the sum of the 13 that had once stood there. It was here, in the red-walled room at the top of the tower, that Mater Motley assembled the most trusted of her seamstresses, 9 of them. "The years of labor and faith are over," Mater Motley said. "Midnight approaches." One of the 9, Zinda Gome, a seamstress 1,000 years old, who had arranged to have her families raise her from the grave after her death so that she might continue to serve Mater, said, "Are we not at midnight now?" "Yes, this is a time called midnight, but now it is absolute. There is a greater midnight than any in the making, a midnight that will blind every sun, moon, and star in the heavens. Another of the women, whose emaciated body was draped with veils of fine cobwebs, could not silence her incredulity. "I have never understood the grand design," said Aya Gafit. "It doesn't seem possible. So many hours, so many heavens." "Do you doubt me, Aya Gafit?" The seamstress, though her skin was pale, became paler still. She hurriedly said, "Never, milady, never. I was just astonished, is all. Overwhelmed, really, and misspoke." "Then be careful in the future, lest you find yourself without one." Aya Gafit lowered her head, the cobwebs shimmering as they shook. Am I forgiven?" "Are you dead?" "No, milady," Aya said. "I'm still alive." "Then you must have been forgiven," the old woman said without humor. "Now, back to the business of midnight. There are, as we know, many forms of life that have taken refuge from the light, even the light of the stars. These creatures will be freed when my midnight dawns, and they will make such mischief." She paused, smiling at the thought of the fiends unleashed. "And the people?" said another of the 9. "Anyone who stands against us will be executed, and it will fall to us to spill their blood when the time comes, without hesitation. And if there is any woman here who is unwilling to fight this war upon those terms, let her leave now. No harm will come to her. She has my oath on that. But if you choose to stay, then you will have agreed to do the work before us without fear or compromise. The labor of midnight will be bloody, to be sure, but trust me, when I am Empress of the Abarat, I will raise you so high, all thought of what you did to be so elevated will seem like nothing. We are not natural women henceforth. Perhaps never were. We have no love, or of children, or of making bread. We are not made to tend fires and rock cradles. We are the unforgiving something upon which despairing men will break their fragile heads. There is no making peace with them, no husbanding them. They must be beneath our heels, or dead and buried beneath the earth upon which we walk. There was a ripple of pleasure around the chamber at this remark. Only one of the younger seamstresses murmured something inaudible. "You have a question?" Mater Motley said, singling her out. "It was nothing, lady." "I said speak, damn you! I won't have doubters. Speak!" The seamstresses who had been surrounding the young woman now retreated from her. "I was only wondering about the 25th hour," the young woman replied. "Will it also be overtaken by midnight? Because if not, our enemies could find sanctuary there? Is that what you're asking?" "Yes. It's the question to which, in truth, I have no answer," Mater Motley said lightly. "Not yet, at least. You are Matu Chamagamia, yes?" "Yes, lady." "Well, as long as you are so curious about the state of the 25th, I will put 2 legions of stitchlings at your disposal." To what, milady?" "To take the hour." "Take it?" "Yes, to invade it, in my name." "But, lady, I have no skill in military matters. I could not." "Could not? You dare say, could not, to me?" She stretched out her left arm, the fingers of her hand outstretched. The killing rod she used against the stitchlings flew from its place against the wall into her hand. She grasped it in a white-knuckled grip and in one sweeping motion pointed it at Matu Chamagamia. The young woman opened her mouth to offer some further word of defense, but she had no time to utter it. Black lightning spat from the rod in her direction and struck her in the middle of her body. Now she made a sound. Not a word, but a cry of horror as her ghastly undoing spread out from her backbone in all directions, turning her flesh and bone to flakes of black ash. Only her head remained untouched, so that she might better witness every moment of her dissolution. But it was only long enough for her to see what her young beauty had been, and to turn her eyes up toward her destroyer one last time, long enough to murmur, "No." Then her head went to ashes, and she was gone. "So dies a doubter," the old mother said. "Any further questions?" There were none. Chapter 10. The Sorrows of the Good Son. Laguna Munn climbed down from her chair and called for her second son, her good boy. "Covenantus, where are you? I have need of you, boy." A joyless little voice said, "I'm here, mother." And the boy Laguna Munn had reputedly made from all the good in her came into view. He was an unfortunate creature, as gray and dull as his bad boy brother had been glamorous and charismatic. "We have a guest," said Laguna Munn. "I know, mother," he said, his voice colorless. "I was listening." "That was rude, child." "I meant no disrespect, mother," the boy replied, his mother's chiding only serving to increase the sum of hopelessness in his empty eyes. "Lead her to the circle of conjurations, boy. She has come here to do dangerous work. The sooner it's begun, the sooner it's safely over." "May I stay and watch you, teacher?" "No, you may not, unless you want to witness something that might well be the death of you." "I don't much mind," Covenantus said, shrugging. His whole life was in that shrug. He seemed not to care whether he was alive or dead. "Where will you be?" Candy asked the incantatrix. "Right here." "So how are you going to help me with the separation?" Laguna Munn looked at Candy with lazy amusement. "From a safe distance," she replied. "What happens if something goes wrong?" "I'll have sight of you," Laguna Munn said. "Don't worry. If something goes wrong, I'll do what I can to fix it. But the responsibility for the outcome falls on you. Think of yourself as a surgeon delicately separating twins born joined together. Except that you are not only the surgeon. I'm also one of the babies," Candy said, beginning to understand. "Exactly." Laguna looked at Candy with new admiration. "You know, you're smarter than you look." "I look dumb? Is that what you're saying?" "No, not necessarily," she said, and then raised her hand, which was a fist, and opened it. Candy put her hand in her pocket and took out the photograph she and Malingo had taken in the market in the port city of Tasmagor on Quamaha. In it, she was wearing the same clothes she was wearing now. She had purchased those clothes on a whim, but now that she took a closer look, she realized that she resembled her mother to an astonishing degree. She quickly put the photo back in her pocket. Laguna Munn was right. When this was all over, she was going to get a change of clothes as quickly as possible. She'd dress like the nonce, she decided, all color and happiness. Before she had fully broken from her thoughts, Candy saw something bright move toward her from Laguna Munn's palm. It came too fast for her to make sense of what it was, but she felt it strike her like a gust of cold wind. There was a flicker of light in her head, and by the time it was extinguished, Laguna Munn had disappeared, leaving only poor gray Covenantus at Candy's side. "Well, I suppose you'd better come with me, then," he said, showing not the least enthusiasm for the task. Candy shook the last reverberations of the light from her mind and followed the boy. As he stepped in front of her, she caught her first glimpse of his lower anatomy. Until now, she had been so caught up by the pitiful expression on his face, she hadn't realized that below the belt he looked more like a child-sized slug than a boy. His legs were fused into a single boneless tube of gray-green muscle upon which the upper portion of his body, which was simply that of an ordinary boy, was raised up. "I know what you're thinking," he said without looking back at Candy. "And what's that? Can that really be the son she made from the good in her? Because he doesn't look very good. In fact, he looks like a slug." "I wasn't—" "Yes, you were," the boy said. "You're right, I was. And you're right. I do look like a slug. I've thought a lot about it. In fact, it's really the only thing I think about." "And what have you found out after all that thinking?" "Not much. Just that Mother never really loved the good in her. She thought it was boring, worthless." "Now, I'm sure—" "Don't," he said, raising his hand to stop her trying to pamper the hurt. "That only makes it worse. My mother's ashamed of me. That's the truth, plain and simple. It's my evil little brother with his glittering smiles who gets all the glory. That's what they call a paradox, isn't it? I'm made from good, but I'm nothing to her. He's made of all the evil in her, and guess what? She loves him for it. Loves him. So now he's the good son after all, because of all the love he's been given. And me, who was made from her compassion and her gentility, was left out in the cold." Candy felt a flicker of anxiety run through her. She understood Covenantus's words all too clearly. She knew the glittering beauty of evil. She'd seen it and been in some ways attracted by it. Why else had she felt so sympathetic to Carrion? "Stay here while I light the candles," Covenantus said. Candy waited while he moved off into the shadows. It was only when he'd gone that Candy's thoughts returned to the strange gesture Lacuna Mun had made before she had gone from view. And with the memory came other recollections, stirred up by the woman's gift, and Candy realized exactly how many coincidences, instinctual maneuvers, and twists of fate were really pieces of Boa's magic at work within her. She remembered it all now with uncanny clarity. She remembered the words that had come unbidden into her throat on the Parato, Jasasakaya Thum, and once spoken, they had driven off the monstrous Zethik. She remembered instincts, when Mama Isabella had come at her across the grasslands, that had allowed her to relax in the grip of the sentient that might well have drowned her if she had caused any trouble. And she remembered the way she had fallen into a pattern of bittersweet exchanges with Carrion, who would have slaughtered her in a heartbeat if he hadn't sensed something inside her that he knew. No, that he loved. For the first time, Candy realized just how much of Boa there might be in her. A spasm of panic seized Candy. "Oh, no," she said. "I don't think I can do this." "Of course you can. You've come this far, haven't you?" "Do you think it'll hurt?" "Hurt?" Boa replied. "Hurt? A cut finger hurts, girl. A cracked rib. But this is the end of a union of souls that has defined you since the day you were born. When the connection between us is severed, you'll lose forever pieces of your mind you thought were yours." "But they were yours. They were you." "Yes. So why would I want them?" "Because it'll be an unspeakable agony to lose them. You see, I know what it's like to be alone in my head. I'm used to it. But you have no idea of what you have invited down upon yourself." "I know perfectly well, I think," Candy said. "Do you? Well, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll keep your sanity. How could anyone stay sane when you can no longer recognize the face in the mirror?" "That's my face," Candy protested. "A Quackenbush face." "But the eyes. What about the eyes? You'll look at your reflection, and the mind you'll be seeing staring back at you won't be yours. All the memories of glory that you thought belonged to you All the beautiful mysteries that you believed you'd discovered for yourself, all the ambitions you hold dear, none of them are yours. I don't believe you. You're lying now the way you lied to Finnegan and Carrion. You keep Finnegan out of this, Boa said. Oh, feel a bit guilty, do you? I said I heard you. There were a few moments of extremely strained silence between them. Then Boa said, Let me out of this prison! Covenantus appeared and looked at Candy with round, terrified eyes. Did you hear that? He said softly. A human's voice, I swear. Tell me it's not just me. No, Covenantus, you're perfectly sane. Will you get the conjuration underway, please, before she gets murderous? It's already begun. I'm going into the labyrinth to prepare the site of separation. Follow me there. But first, repeat the sacred word 19 times. Abarat? Yes. Does that one count? No! Then the last thing he said before disappearing into the maze, leaving Candy to feel as though at the very moment she was making a life-changing decision for herself, a very adult thing to do, he'd reduced her to a kid in the schoolyard. She smeared the last 6 Adarabaraba into a single Abararababa, and without alerting Covenantus to the fact that she was done counting and was coming, ready or not, she plunged into the maze, entering as 2 in 1, and hopefully exiting as simply 2. Chapter 11. Severance. Candy took 4 cautious steps into the darkened trees, each step delivering her into an even profounder darkness. On the 5th step, however, a flying creature appeared at the periphery of her vision. It buzzed like an insect, and the brightness of its colors, turquoise and scarlet, speckled with flecks of white gold, defied the darkness. It darted around her head for a while, then sped away. Candy took a 5th cautious step, then a 6th. Suddenly, the creature reappeared, accompanied by several hundred identical beasts, which surrounded her with so much color and movement that she felt faintly nauseated. She closed her eyes to seal off the sight, but the chaotic motion of the creatures continued behind her eyelids. "What's happening?" she said, raising her voice above the noise of the buzzing cloud. "Covenantus? Are you still there?" "Patience," Candy heard the boy say. "He's frightened," Boa said, a distinct undercurrent of amusement in her words. "This isn't an easy thing to do. If he messes up, he'll sacrifice your sanity." She let the laughter surface. There was undisguised malice in it. "Wouldn't that be a pity?" "Covenantus," Candy said, "stay calm. Take your time." "He was never very good at that, were you, brother?" said Jollo Bagog. "Stay out of here," Covenantus said. "Mother! Mother!" "She was the one who said I could come and help," the bad boy replied. "I don't believe you," Candy said, opening her eyes again. As she did so, she saw the bad boy run through a wall of the colored creatures who had assembled ahead of her in an intricate jigsaw of wings, limbs, and heads. He yelled as he ran, scattering the assembled creatures. They rose up in front of her, the motion of their wings causing a gust of wind to come at her face, tasting of metal on her tongue. "Stop that!" Covenantus yelled, his voice shrill with anger. The bad boy just laughed. "I'll tell Mama." "Mama won't stop me. Mama loves everything I do." "Well, aren't you lucky?" Covenantus said, unable to entirely disguise his envy. "Mama says I'm a genius," the bad boy crowed. "You are, darling, you are," Laguna Mun said, entering the space as little more than a shadow of herself. "But this isn't the time or the place to fool around." All it took was the sound of Laguna Mun's voice, and the creatures that had been scattered by the bad boy's cavorting came back down on the instant, knitting themselves together, wing to claw to beak to coxcomb to fanning tail, forming a small prison around Candy. "Better!" Laguna Mun said, her voice all forgiving. Pale child? Yes, Mama, Covenanter said. Have you secured all the locks? Oh, yes, Boa said. Got to have plenty of locks. I like the sound of that. What are the locks for? Candy said aloud. What are you keeping out? Nothing's being kept out, Covenanter said, stopping only when his mother yelled his name and dropping the last part of his reply to a whisper. It's you she's keeping in. Covenanters! I'm coming, Mama. Quickly now, I haven't got much time. I've got to go, the good boy said to Candy. I'll be right outside. He pointed to a narrow slit of a door in between the wings and claws of the big bugs, and for the first time, Candy realized that a solid little chamber had formed around her. The walls were draining of color even as she watched, and every last crack or flaw in the knitted forms sealed. What had been a colorful room made of flittering wings was becoming a silent, concrete cell. Why are you locking me in? Candy said. Conjurations this strong are unstable, Covenanter said. What do you mean? They can go wrong, he whispered. Covenantus! Laguna Mun shouted. Yes, Mama. Stop talking to the girl. You can't help her. No, Mama. She'll probably be dead in under a minute. I'm coming, Mama, Covenanter said. He gave Candy a little shrug and slipped out through the door, which closed, leaving no trace of its presence, not a crack. Well, Boa said softly, you got us here. Better finish it, if you've got what it takes. I've got what it doesn't take, Candy replied without hesitation. Oh, and what's that? Don't be stupid, Candy said. You. And suddenly the fear drained from Candy, and she turned on the spot, addressing the cold gray walls. I'm ready, she told them. Do whatever you have to do. Just get it over with. If you can avoid spilling blood, that'd be great. But if you can't, you can't. She didn't have to wait very long for the cell to respond. 6 shutters passed through its walls, ceiling, and floor, like tides of life moving in its dead matter, resurrecting it. She understood now why she'd been given a peripheral glimpse of what the cell had been in its last incarnation, the flock of winged beings. She saw them haunting the gray walls still, one life inside another. Was the lesson here that she would have been gray and lifeless as the walls if Boa's soul had not come into her? Was she being warned that the life she was choosing would be a cell, gray and cold? She didn't believe it, and said so. I'm more than that, she told the shimmering gray. I'm not dead matter. Not yet, Boa crowed. Are you ready to do this? Candy said in thought to both Wall and Princess. Because I'm getting bored with all these stupid threats. Stupid? Boa raged. Just do it, Laguna Mun said, her voice quickening the powers in the walls. Quick and clean. Wait, Candy said. I just wanted Boa to know I'm sorry. If I'd known she was there, I would have tried to set her free years ago. If you're looking for absolution, Boa said, you won't get it from me. Then that's an end to that, Laguna Mun said, her response making Candy realize with a shock that the old woman had been listening in on her thoughts from the beginning. Let's get this done, one way or the other. Candy, palms to the wall, quickly. Candy lay her palms on one of the walls. Instantly, she could see the creatures dancing in the solid air beyond. Their wings and bodies shed the flakes of white gold that decorated them. They converged on Candy's palms, the fragments flowing together into 2 gilded streams. She felt them against her palms, breaking into deltas, spreading along the dry watercourses of the lines upon her hands, and then sinking deeper, dissolving her surface in order to flow into her veins. Her hands became translucent. The brightness inside her flesh was so intense she could see the strong, simple lines of her finger bones and the complicated design of her nerves. The brightness quickened once it got to her elbows, like a fire blown by the wind into a thicket many summers dry. It raced up her arms and across her body. She felt it, but it didn't hurt. It was more like being reminded that this was her. She was real. And being real and her was... what? What was it? Who was it? That was the big question, wasn't it? When all the fireworks were over, who was she? "You're nothing," Boa said quietly. Candy wanted to counter Boa's insults, but her energies were focused elsewhere, on the rush of awakening that was passing through her body, down her neck, over her torso, and up, filling the twice-souled vessel above. "Did you hear me?" Boa said. "Keep your petty insults to yourself, Boa," Laguna Mun said. "You may have suffered a little, trapped in the child's head, but, Lordy Lou, there are worse deaths to suffer, such as the real thing. Oh, and while we're talking, I know what you're thinking. That once all this is over, you'll have my sons running around doing your bidding." Boa said nothing. "That's what I thought. Well, forget it. There's only room for one woman in the lives of my beautiful sons." "Please," Boa protested. "I'd never try to compromise the sacred relationship between you and your sons." "I don't believe you," Laguna Mun replied plainly. "I think you'd try anything if you thought you could get away with it. I wouldn't dream of it. I know what you're capable of." "You might think you do, but you don't have the first idea, so be careful." "Understood. Good. Now, I should leave this chamber." "Wait," Candy said. "Don't go yet. I'm feeling dizzy." "That's probably because I'm still here gabbing. I should leave you to give birth to Boa." The image Laguna Mun's words conjured was grotesque. It made Candy feel sicker than ever. "It's too late to feel queasy now, girl. This is dirty magic we're doing. It's not the kind of work sanctioned by the Council of the Yebadim Day. If it was, you wouldn't be here, do you understand?" "Of course," Candy said. She understood perfectly well. It was the same in Chickentown. There was a Dr. Pimloft whose offices were above the laundromat on Fairkettle Street. He'd do certain operations people were too embarrassed to talk to their regular doctors about. Sometimes that was your only choice. "I'm going to get out of here," Laguna said, "before I throw the conjuration off balance." "Where will you be, in case there's a problem?" "It'll be fine," Mrs. Munn said. "You want to be separated, after all, so here comes the conjuration. I designed it to do what you require, so let it do its job." There was a sound like someone chopping with axes from behind Mrs. Munn, and a shadow bird, or something like it, rose from the darkness and flew in and out through the intricate pattern, wall to wall to wall to wall, before disappearing into the darkness behind Mrs. Munn. "What was that?" Candy said. "The chamber is getting impatient," she said. "It wants me gone." The phenomena occurred again, exactly as before. "I should go," Laguna Mun said, "before this gets any worse." Candy suddenly felt weak, and her legs buckled beneath her. She tried to make her legs respond to her instruction, but she realized she was no longer the mistress of her body. Boa was. "Wait," Candy started to say, panic rising in her chest. But even her tongue wouldn't do as she instructed, and it was almost too late. Laguna Mun had turned her back on Candy, preparing to leave. "It's over now," the princess said. Candy didn't waste energy trying to reply. She was seconds away from losing herself forever. She could feel rhythmical thundering that no doubt Boa had set to work. It was eating at the corners of her world, consuming her consciousness with ever larger bites. Through a haze of white noise, she saw Laguna Mun open up a door in the wall. "No," Candy tried to say, but no sound came out. "This would be a lot easier if you just gave up and gave in. Let go of Candy Quackenbush. You're going to die. And you won't want to be alive when I start feeding." "What?" Candy thought. "Feeding off me? Why?" "Because I've got to grow myself a body, girl. That requires nourishment, a lot of nourishment. Did I forget to mention that? Candy wanted to weep at her own stupidity. Boa must have shaped these plans no more than a few thoughts away from where Candy had been hiding her own thinking. But she'd hidden her intentions totally. There hadn't been a moment when Candy had been suspicious. But you know now, Boa gloated. If it helps, think of this as punishment for stealing my memories of magic. I know death may seem a very strong punishment, but it was a terrible thing you did. I'm sorry. Too late. It's over. It's time you died, Candy. Chapter 12. One becomes two. Far off, somewhere in the darkness, Candy Quackenbush thought she heard the sound of Laguna Munn's voice. Covenantes? Did you lock the chamber? The lock, boy! There was no answer from the child. All Candy heard was the chorus of strange noises her dying body was making. Her heart hadn't stopped entirely. Every few seconds, it still managed to beat. On occasion, it even managed 2 or 3 beats strung together. But what little life her body still possessed was more like a memory than the real thing. Like a vision of the Abarat, even as it slipped away. All gone now, all forgotten. No, not entirely forgotten. Some portion of her eye's ability to form images still existed. Though she could no longer see the walls of the separation chamber, she could see, with eerie specificity, a stain of smoky gray air appearing in front of her face. She knew its source. It was coming from her own body. It was Boa's soul she was looking at least the haunted shadow of it, finally liberated from the cell into which the women of the Phantomaya had put it, freed from Candy, and now gaining strength. It was pushing itself, spreading itself, extruding rudimentary legs from its torso, and something that had the potential to become arms, while from the top a single thread of gray matter sprouted. From this fragile stalk, 2 leaves had formed, and on them, the undeveloped shape of a mouth and nose. And above the leaves, 2 white, slim petals grew, each with bursts of blue and black upon them, as if blessed with sight. It was a simple illusion, but it quickly gained credibility as new stalks sprayed upward in their dozens, forming intricate laceries of vein and nerve that began to conjure the shape of their possessor's face, though it was still little more than a skinless mask knitted of pulsing threads. There was a glimpse, even there, of the young woman who would soon come into being. She would be beautiful again, Candy thought. She would break hearts. Candy hadn't lifted herself up off the ground since her knees had buckled beneath her. She still knelt in the same spot, watching the vestigial form of Princess Boa attract to it the detritus of the life forms shed by the chamber walls, withered flower housings, leaves, living and dead, all adding their sum to the patchwork that was slowly giving the princess more substance. The surrounding flora and fauna were nourishing Boa's body, and it was by their sacrifice alone that Candy's life had been spared. But the process was going too slowly. Candy could sense Boa's frustration as she received these pitifully inadequate contributions to the body she was trying to grow again. She opened her lips, and though her throat and tongue were unfinished, she managed to speak. It was light, more than a quiet whisper, but Candy heard it plainly. "You look nourishing," she said. "I'd make bad eating right now. You should find something healthier. Hunger is hunger, and time is of the essence." This time Candy forced her throat to form the question, though it was barely audible. "Why is that exactly?" she said. "Midnight," Boa said simply. "It's almost upon us. You don't feel it, do you?" "Midnight? Midnight!" I can feel it. The last darkness is coming, and it will blot out every light in the heavens. No. Saying no will change nothing. The Abarat is going to die in the dark. Every sun will be eclipsed, every moon blinded, every star and every constellation extinguished like a candle flame. But don't worry. You won't be here to suffer the consequences. You'll be gone. Where? Who knows? Who'll care? Nobody. You will have served your purpose. You had 16 years of life, going places you would never have gone if you hadn't had me hidden inside you. You have nothing to complain about. Now your life ends, and mine begins. There's something quite pleasing about the balance, isn't there? I'm not done living, Candy murmured. Well, I'm sorry, Boa said, mocking Candy's gravity. You don't understand, Candy said. Trust me, there's nothing you know that I don't. You're wrong, Candy said. Her voice was gaining strength as she drew upon the clarity Laguna Mun's gift had given her. I know how you played carrion along all those years, making him think you loved him when all you really wanted from him was the Abarat Araba. Listen to yourself, Boa said. To hear you, people might think you actually knew what you were talking about. Candy sighed. You're right, she said. I don't know much about the Abarat Araba. It's a book of magic. Stop! Stop! You're embarrassing yourself. Don't waste your last minutes worrying about something you'll never understand. Death has come for you, Candy, and when it leaves, it's going to be taking you along with it. You and every thought you ever had, every hope, every dream, all gone. It'll be like you never lived. The dead don't disappear. There are ghosts. I've met one, and I'll be one if necessary. I have energy and power. You have nothing, Boa said with a sudden burst of rage. She reached out and seized hold of Candy. The effect, in both directions, was immediate. Now, as she drew power out of Candy, directly the smoky air began to solidify into gray bone behind the latticework of veins and nerves that had first defined her features. Better, Boa said, smiling through gritted teeth. Much better. Every part of her body was speeding toward completion now. The fluids in Boa's eye sockets bubbled like boiling water. Even in her diminished state, Candy could still see the bizarrity in the sight before her. Oh, I like this, Boa said, luxuriating in the bliss of her reconstruction. This time, there was enough of her flesh and bone in place that Candy could see a hint of the beautiful woman whose image Finnegan Hobb had kept above his bed. But every sliver of Boa's recovered beauty was being purchased at the expense of Candy's life. Each time Boa's greedy fingers touched Candy, they left her more impoverished, more exhausted. And this was not the kind of exhaustion that she could sleep off in a few quiet hours. This was the other kind, the sleep from which there was no waking. Death has come for you. Boa had uttered the words just a few minutes ago. She hadn't lied. Chapter 13. Boa. Weak though Candy was, the convulsions racking her body with increasing frequency, her legs so exhausted she doubted they'd support her for more than 2 or 3 strides, she had no choice. She had to get out of the chamber quickly, or Boa's appetite for her life force would be the death of her. In one small detail, luck was on her side. Candy remembered hearing Laguna Mun's voice. It felt ages ago, but the incantatrix made mention of the lock. Suddenly Candy realized that despite his mother's instruction, Covenantus had failed to lock the chamber door. It had opened, just a crack, but it was sufficiently wider than the narrow shadow it cast. Without it, Candy would have had little or no chance of locating her escape route, but here it was. She only allowed her gaze to linger on the shadow of the door for the briefest moment. She was afraid of giving anything away to Boa. Then, Directing her gaze to the opposite wall, as if it was there that she had guessed the door to be, she slowly started to haul herself to her feet. Boa's relentless appetite had robbed Candy's body of strength and flexibility. It felt like a dead weight, which took every bit of willpower to get moving and keep moving. Every part of her seemed close to failure. Her lungs were like two stones inside her, while her heart fluttered like a torn paper bird. Her body would have to be stirred from its torpor if Candy was to have any hope of escaping this chamber. She would have to force her enfeebled arms to make her torso collaborate in its own survival. "Come on," she told herself through gritted teeth. "Move!" Reluctantly, her body responded, but it hurt. Her heartbird got panicky. The rest of her innards started to close down. She could taste something disgusting in her throat, as though her entrails were backed up like choked sewer pipes. She tried not to think about it, which was, in fact, quite easy because her mind was failing along with everything else. She didn't need much brain power to recognize her mortal enemy, however. Boa was with her in the chamber, and she was a distressing sight. Without bones, Boa's anatomy was a ragged mass of possibilities that hadn't yet congealed. Her fingers dangled like empty gloves, her face a long mask of lost intention, and her mouth a hole without a tongue or teeth. Boa's appearance was so appalling that Candy forgot her exhaustion and scrambled to get out of her way. With a sudden rush of energy, Candy pushed herself up off the chamber floor, catching Boa off guard and knocking her to the floor. "Be still, witch!" Boa yelled. "Let's have this over once and for all." Candy lurched toward the door, avoiding the coils which, had they encircled her and tightened their grip once more, would have ground her ribs to powder and her guts to meat and excrement. She reached out to the shadow, which marked her destination, and slid her fingers around the door. It was no illusion. It was solid and real in her grip. She pulled, half expecting the door to protest its opening, but no. Despite its massive size, it was served by some kind of counterweight which allowed it to swing open with only the most modest of effort on Candy's part. Her surprise made her careless. As she pulled the door open, Boa's forefinger wrapped itself around her throat, tightening with the efficiency of a noose. Candy instantly let go of the door and forced her fingers down between neck and noose. But it wasn't enough to keep Boa from putting so much pressure on Candy's windpipe that she could no longer draw breath. Candy's thoughts were already in swift decay, thanks to Boa's theft. Now the sudden loss of oxygen robbed her mind of still more functions. Her thoughts became increasingly confused. What was she doing in this place? And the woman with the hole for a mouth, who was she? Boa's skills with her body were growing as fast as Candy's body was drained. She spoke now, her voice crude. "This is no way to die," Boa said. "Where's your dignity, girl? Stop struggling and let me take what's mine. You lived a fine life because of me. Brief, yes, but full of insights. My lessons. My magic." Somebody outside the chamber walls, but close enough to have heard Boa's speech, apparently found it very funny. Her mockery echoed around the chamber. "Listen to yourself," it was Laguna Mon. Again the laughter ignited. "Such pretension! And from what? A cannibal. Yes, that's the truth of it when you get down to the facts. You are able to devour the life of a girl who gave you sanctuary from those who had taken yours and would gladly have extinguished your soul. Let Candy go." "Oh, no, there's no letting go." "Is there not? We shall see about that." As she spoke, the wall opposite the door began to fold in upon itself, and the incantatrix came into view. She was pointing at Boa as she continued her accusations. "Whatever was good in you and bright has gone to corruption." "You can say whatever you like, old woman," Boa replied. "Your time's over. There's a new world about to be born." "Funny. I hear that a lot," Laguna Mon said, her voice thick with contempt. Now let the commoner go, princess. If you really want to dine on flesh, you shouldn't be eating the hoi polloi. The expression on Boa's face suddenly cleared. Oh my, she is, isn't she? She's not of noble birth like you, princess. No, Boa said, her tone deeply grateful. If you hadn't stopped me. She released Candy from her grip. I could have tainted myself. And what a sad day that would have been for all those poor, suffering aristocrats like yourself who would have lost a beloved sister. Oh, me. Oh, poor beloved me. As Candy stumbled out of Boa's hold, she turned, and the subtle signs of deceit upon Boa's face caught Candy's attention. Boa didn't wait to let Candy speak. She quickly was gone, out of the chamber and off up the wooded slope. Candy did her best to recover her equilibrium, but it was difficult. Boa's thefts had left her body weak and her thoughts ragged. She was only certain of one thing. She would have killed me. Oh, I don't doubt it, Mrs. Munn replied. But this is my rock girl, and she has no— Mama! The cry came from Covenantus. And as heart-wrenching as his wails were, the terrible howl of anguish that followed was infinitely worse. Laguna was clearly torn between her responsibilities to her injured guest and those she had to her son. Candy simplified things. Go to the boy. I'll be fine. I just need to recover my breath. She looked up at Mrs. Munn. Please, she said, don't worry about me. Her plea was lent force by another sobbing cry from her son. Where are you, Mama? Laguna Munn looked at Candy one more time. Go, Candy said. Laguna Munn didn't put up any further argument. Instead, she addressed the walls of the chamber. This girl is here as my guest. She's hurt. Heal her. She turned her attentions back toward Candy for a moment. Stay here and let the chamber do its work. I'll be back with my boys. Be careful. I know, girl, I know. Boa's dangerous. But believe me, so am I. I've got a few tricks she wouldn't want to see. Now heal. The dark hours that are coming won't wait for you to put yourself back together. Hurry up. The beginning's been a long time over, and the end always comes sooner than you expect. And so saying, she left the girl who was truly Candy Quackenbush, nothing added or taken away, to the healing hush of the chamber. Chapter 14. Empty. Never in her 16 years had Candy felt as alone as she felt now. Though she had tried many times to imagine what it would be like without Boa in her head, her attempts had failed miserably. Only now, alone in the vastness of her thoughts, did she sense the horror of such solitude. There would never again be a presence to silently share the state of being as Boa had. She was utterly, unconditionally alone. How did people, ordinary people like those on Followell Street, even her own mother, even her father, deal with the loneliness? Did her dad drink himself senseless every night because it made the emptiness she was feeling right now hurt a little less? For them, was it the constant chattering of the television that helped them through the bad times? Or hurtful little power games like those Miss Schwartz played that helped them forget the hush in their heads? Candy suddenly recalled the big billboard outside the Presbyterian Church on Monroe Street in Chickentown that had carried the same message for as long as Candy could remember. The Lord is with you always. You are not alone. Well, he's not with me now, Candy thought. Nobody's with me. And I just have to live with things being like this from now on, because nobody's going to step in to help change it. All I can do is— A shriek interrupted her thoughts. Laguna Munn was shouting one word, its force fueled by horror and rage. No! She stopped only when she ran out of breath. She inhaled and began again. No! Finally, she let the word fall off into silence. Several seconds passed, and then Candy heard her say, My son. What have you done to my son?" Candy didn't wait for any more clues as to what had taken place. She got up, headed for the door, realizing as she did so that while she'd been contemplating her loneliness, the sentient chamber had obeyed Laguna Mun's instructions and begun the process of healing her. She was no longer shaking as she had been just a few minutes earlier, and her weakened legs had recovered some of their strength. Even her thoughts, which had been left muddied by Boa's attacks, were clearer now. Exiting the chamber, she didn't need any further cries from the incantatrix in order to discover her whereabouts. The powers she feared she had lost to Boa's devouring were unharmed. Once the chamber had washed from her thoughts the grime of Boa's appetite, she remembered without effort how to locate Mrs. Munn in the darkness. All she had to do was follow the vibration that moved ahead of her, trusting it to choose a safe path up the slope. The temperature quickly warmed up as she ascended. The air carried with it a smell like rotted meat that had been burned on a barbecue. "Bad magic," she thought. Then she heard Mrs. Munn again, speaking softly somewhere ahead of her. "What's she done to you, child? Now you hush your weeping. I'm right here. Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere, Mama." Candy saw a light now, no brighter than 2 candle flames, hovering in the air a few feet above the ground. The scene, illuminated, was a grim one. Mrs. Munn was kneeling on the ground, tending to her favorite son, Jollo Bagog. He was in a terrible state. All the dark beauty he had possessed when Candy and Malingo had first met him had gone. He was emaciated now, his bones jutting through his withered skin, his teeth were chattering, his eyes rolled up behind his lids. "Listen to me, Jollo dear," Mrs. Munn was telling him. "You're not going to die. You hear me? I'm here." She stopped talking and looked up in her rage, her gaze instantly locating Candy. There was a flicker of lightning in her eyes. "It's only me," Candy said. "Don't—" The lightning receded, and Laguna Munn looked back down at her son. "I want you to stay here with him. Keep him from any further harm while I find her." "Boa?" Candy growled. Laguna Munn nodded. "She took from the child what I stopped her taking from you." She tenderly stroked her son's cheek. "You just stay here, sweet one," she said to him. "Mama will be back in just a few moments." "Where are you going?" "To find her, and take back what she took from him." She got to her feet, rising with surprising ease for so large-boned a woman, looking down at Jollo all the while. It was only with the greatest difficulty that she finally separated her gaze from him. "I'm so sorry," Candy said. "If I'd known what she was capable of doing—" "Don't," Mrs. Munn said, waving Candy's apology away. "We have more urgent business than talk. Will you please stay with him? Maybe talk to him a little so his spirit stays near?" "Of course. She's not a real princess, you know," Mrs. Munn said with an odd deliberation in her voice, like an amateur actor reciting lines. "She may have a crown and a title, but they mean nothing. True royalty is a state of the soul. It belongs to those who have the gift of empathy, of compassion, of vision. That's how people are led to do great things, even in cold, brutal times. But this— Boa!" Her lips curled when she spoke the 2 syllables. "Boa. Attempted to first take your life, and then my Jollo's, just to put some flesh on her spirit. That's not the act of a princess. To attack someone who had been her sanctuary, and then a child? Where is the nobility in that? I'll tell you, there is none, because your Princess Boa is a fake. She has no more royal blood in her than I do." There was a furious shriek from overhead. "Liar! Liar!" And the branches shook so violently that a green rain of torn leaves fluttered down. "There you are," Candy heard Laguna Munn mutter under her breath. "I knew you were up there somewhere, you vicious little—" A branch overhead creaked loudly, drawing Candy's gaze up through the knotted branches to the place where Boa was squatting, her form delineated by narrow rays of violet light that passed up through her body, from her soles to her scalp, and from her head to her heels, throwing off a loop of incandescence when they crossed at her waist. She rocked back and forth on the branch, and then suddenly spat on Laguna Munn's now upturned face. "What are you staring at, you fat old buzzard?" Boa said. Mrs. Munn pulled a large handkerchief out of the sleeve of her dress. "Nothing of any worth," she replied as she wiped her face. "Just you." And with that she sprang up from the ground into the canopy where Boa was squatting, leaving her handkerchief to drop to the ground. "Take care of Jollo!" she yelled to Candy as she disappeared into the shadowed canopy. Then the nearby trees shook as Boa attempted her escape into it, and the chase overhead moved off up the slope, leaving Candy alone with the sick child. Chapter 15. Face to Face. "Mama," Jollo said when Candy sat down beside him. She didn't need to correct his error. "Wait, you're not Mama." "Your mom won't be long," Candy told him. "I'm just here to look after you until she comes back." "Candy?" "Yes." "She came out of you, didn't she? The girl who killed me." "You're not dead, Jollo, and your mom's not going to let you die." "There's some things even Mama can't control," Jollo said. His voice was getting weaker, word by word. "Listen to me," Candy said. "I know what the princess did to you was horrible. She tried to do the same thing to me. But hold on, please." "What for?" "What for?" "Don't worry. You don't have to answer that." He raised his head off the ground and squinted at Candy. "Tell me about the constrictor." "The what?" "Boa," he said, his face suddenly becoming a playground of mischief. "Get it? Ha! I just made that up." At the moment death was forgotten, anything was possible. Candy grinned. There was such sweetness in him, she saw, hidden behind his melancholy. "She was there inside you all the time?" "Yes, she was there." "But you didn't know what a monster she was, did you?" Candy shook her head. "I had no idea," she said. "She was part of me. And now? How does it feel?" "Empty." "You feel alone?" "Yes. Still, it's better that she's gone." Candy took a moment to consider this before replying. "Yes, it's better." Before Jollo could ask any further questions, a welcome and familiar figure appeared between the trees. "It's only me." "Malingo!" "Same old Geshrat," he said. "But who's this?" "You remember Jollo, Mrs. Munn's boy?" "He remembers me the way I was," Jollo said, "before Boa got to me." "So it worked," Malingo said. "Yes, she's gone," Candy said. "But she almost killed poor Jollo." "And you?" "Well, yes, and me." "Where is she now?" "Up in the trees somewhere," Candy said. "She's running away from Mama," Jollo said. He looked up at Candy. "Isn't she?" "That's right." "But I want her back now, just to say goodbye." "Maybe I should go and look for her," Candy said. "Yes," Jollo said. Candy took hold of Jollo's hand. His fingers were sweaty but cold. "What do you think, Jollo? If I have Malingo stay with you, will you promise not to die?" Jollo said. "Yes, not to die." "All right," he said. "I'll try. But bring Mama back soon. I want her here with me if I can't stay any longer." "Don't say that," Candy said to him. "It's the truth," he replied. "Mama says it's bad to tell lies." "Well, yes," Candy said. "It is. So hurry, he said, slipping his fingers out of Candy's grasp. Find her. He turned to Malingo. You were a slave to a wizard once, weren't you? He said. I was, Malingo said. Come closer. I can't see you in the darkness. There, that's better. Tell me about it. Was he cruel? I heard he was cruel. Jollo's interest in Candy had already slipped away. All his focus was now entirely upon Malingo. Candy got to her feet and left the two of them to talk, happy the boy was diverted. So, how did you become a slave? He said to Malingo. My father sold me, Malingo began. Candy didn't hear any more. She retreated until she no longer had sight of Jollo, and he had no view of her. Only then did she turn her back on the place where he lay and face the tree-covered slope. This time, she didn't need any magic to plot a course to Mrs. Munn. She could hear the chase going on through the densely knitted canopy farther up the slope. Candy could even hear echoes of the incantatrix calling after Boa. There's no way off this island, Boa. Let me alone, will you? Boa yelled back as she sprinted over the treetops. I didn't know the boy was your son. I swear I didn't. I mean, how could I? There's no family resemblance. Liar! Liar! Candy yelled right back, her interruption echoing that of Boa minutes before. But she had more to say. You knew exactly who he was, Boa, because I knew. And if I knew, then... Stay out of this, Quackenbush, Boa hollered. Or you'll be sorry. I'm already sorry, Candy yelled back. I'm sorry I ever let you out of my head. Ah, the sting of regret, Boa crowed. Well, it's done, girl, and it can never be undone. So you'd better get used to it. I'm in the world now. Everything changes from now on. Everything! Stay away from her, Candy, Mrs. Munn hollered. She'll hurt you. I'm not afraid of her, Candy said. Liar, liar, funeral pyre, Boa chanted. Well, one of us is going to have to tell the truth sooner or later, Candy replied. Boa finally reached the tree beneath which Candy stood and looked down through the leaves, shaped in their fullness like planets with golden rings around them. That Boa's body was defined by the dual motion of bright rings was no accident. Her new skin, bought with the coin of Jollo's suffering, had taken for inspiration the design of the foliage all around it. You want the truth? Boa said, squatting on a branch so as to peer down at Candy through the canopy. Then here, have it. I would have taken all the life force in you to heal me completely. But I was denied the total sum of you by that fat witch. And then, when I do the only thing left to me, take her son, she comes howling after me as though I'd committed a crime. Ridiculous woman. I heard that. So, you think I'm afraid of you? I know you are. I can smell the fear off you. There was a great commotion in the trees behind Boa. The branches were cracking as they were shaken, and their motion becoming more violent as it got nearer. You are dead, you vile creature! No, death is what you will all inherit now. I am returned with life, but you will follow the child into oblivion, come soon, come late. No exceptions for children or lost girls. Everybody dies, come soon, come late. And you... She leaped off the branch where she'd been perched, heading for Candy as she descended. She grabbed hold of Candy's face, throwing them both back through the barbed thickets to the ground. Her hand went from Candy's face to her throat. You, I say, soon. Chapter 16. Laguna Munn angered. If Candy had not had the sight of the princess's face to look up at, she would have quickly succumbed to her death grip. But luckily, she only had to look up at Boa's beautiful, hateful face to keep fighting, even though Boa's hold on her throat had cut off most of her air. She just kept beating at Boa's face, over and over and over, determined not to let the waves of darkness that lapped at her sight overwhelm her. But even with her fury at Boa to help keep her conscious, she couldn't hold back the black tide forever. Her blows were getting weaker, and Boa was showing not the least sign of being hurt or dissuaded from further attack. She stared down at Candy with the implacable gaze of an executioner. And then, behind her joyless face, there was a blur of color too chaotic for Candy's weary eyes to make sense of. But the voice that came with the colors was a different matter. That made perfect sense. "Let go of the girl right now," the incantatrix said, "or I swear I will break every bone in your body, princess or no princess." A moment later, Boa's hands let go of Candy's throat, and she gratefully inhaled 2 lungfuls of sweet, clean air. It took her body a little while to push back the tide that had come so close to drowning her, by which time the struggle between Laguna Mun and Boa had already taken the two of them some distance from the place where Candy lay. When she got to her feet and looked around, she saw them a long way up the slope, standing several yards apart, but locked together by several cords of conjuration, those pitched by Mrs. Mun, digging their blazing fingers into Boa, while the cords Boa had cast danced vicious tarantellas around Mrs. Mun. The cords had shed bright flakes of energy, some no larger than fireflies, others the size of burning birds, that littered the darkness around and above the circle of ash and blackened timber that the powers of the combatants had burned into being. Candy knew when she was out of her league. These two were exchanging blows from a magic she had no comprehension of, much less the means to conjure. Even as she watched, each of the pair called out more incandescent hurts and harms, yelling their furies at each other in what Candy recognized as Old Abaratian, the mother tongue of time itself. She understood not even a syllable of what they were hurling back and forth, but there was strange proof of its potency in the branches and on the ground all around the fire-formed grove. While most of the scraps of power remained in the arena's zone of influence, a few escaped and, finding living subjects among the branches and down between the roots, remade them. It was the sweet-songed capella-jar birds that shed light on the spectacle, the magic transforming them into beasts that had something of the bat about them, and something about the lizard, their once modest beaks becoming snouts the length of their bodies, which pierced the dense lattice of branches, twigs, and leaves as they descended from their high perches. The cavern's crystalline roof threw down shafts of rainbow silver, lighting the shadow world below. For a few seconds, Candy was enraptured by the eccentric life forms that were appearing from the trees and thicket. Bizarre relatives of creatures that would have still had a certain strangeness to Candy, even in their unaltered state, but were even more extraordinary now. The spectacle held her in thrall so completely that she failed to notice that the two women were no longer fighting in the burned-out grove and were making their way back down the slope toward her until she heard Mrs. Mun's voice. "Take it, girl!" Candy persuaded her gaze to look away from the animals and found that Laguna Mun was approaching her through the trees at an extraordinary rate, fearlessly careening through the thorn bushes, no more than 7 or 8 strides from where Candy stood. And again she shouted, as though the sense of what she was saying was utterly self-evident. "Take it, girl!" And as she shouted and raced toward Candy, she offered up her right hand, which was partially open and completely empty. "Be quick, girl! The vicious thing behind me means to take our lives." Candy looked back over Mrs. Mun's shoulder and saw that Boa's recently acquired flesh wore an expression of almost insane fury, her eyes gaping, her mouth gasping, and her lips curled back like those of a crazed dog, exposing not only her teeth, but her gums, too. Her body, though it was still without clothes, wore a pattern of shadowy stains that moved under the surface of her skin, dividing into smeared spots in one place and gathered into a single ragged shape in another, all constantly changing. Even her face was stained, with a swarm of blots, then with rows of rising stripes, then a single black diamond, one form becoming another without lingering in any state for so much as a moment. For some reason, the display touched a nerve in Candy. It was literally sickening. It made her stomach rebel, and it was all she could do not to keep herself from puking. Mrs. Munn's half-opened hand was now in front of Candy. "Take it," Mrs. Munn said. "Just do it." "Take what?" "Whatever you see in my hand." "It's empty." "Look again, and be quick." Candy was aware of Boa's shape rising up behind Mrs. Munn and beating at the air above her. "I can't hold her off for long. The power in her." Candy could hear Boa calling to her as she beat at the air armor the incantatrix had put up to keep her from finishing the chase. The armor, a conjuration Candy knew of but couldn't wield, made Boa's voice slurred and remote. But Candy could still comprehend enough to know what Boa was doing. She was trying to sow seeds of doubt in Candy concerning Mrs. Munn. "She says you're crazy," Candy said. "She's probably right," Laguna Munn replied. "Did she make you want to vomit when you saw the sepulchres?" "Is that what they're called?" "Yes. It was horrible." "If she tries it again, you run. Put your eyes out. Bury your head in the ground. Just don't look at the patterns. If she's strong enough to keep them in her skin, which she is, she can make you puke yourself inside out." That's not possible, is it?" "I'm afraid it is. She almost had me doing it 2 minutes ago, up the hill. Me! On my own rock. Where she got power to wield sepulchres is," she shook her head, "unbelievable." "She was taught by Christopher Carrion." "Interesting. And of course the question remains, where did he get it? The hereafter doesn't have power. That's why you did business with us. But even the Abarat doesn't contain wieldings that powerful." There was a sharp stinging sound as more pieces of the air armor behind Laguna Munn shattered beneath Boa's assault. "Lordy Lou, how did you ever live with her?" "She wasn't like this." "Or she was, and you suppressed it." "Huh, I never thought of that." "No wonder you were a dull little bat rat of a child. All your energy was going into keeping this monster from breaking out." "Who said I was a dull little rat-bat?" "Bat rat of a child." "You did. Who you are is the stone on which you stand. Now no more—" There were 2 more brutal stings in quick succession, then another 3. "She's breaking through! Take your weapon!" Once again she was offering her hand to Candy, and once again Candy was seeing nothing but an empty palm. There was a desperate urgency to the problem. Boa and her nauseating sepulchres were a cracked plate of air away. "Look again," Mrs. Munn insisted. "Look away. Clear your head, then look again. It's right there." "What is?" "Whatever you want." "Like a poisonous snake?" She had but to ask, and there it was in Mrs. Munn's hands, a 7-foot-long snake. Its colors, a toxic yellow-green with a band of glistening black running along its length, designed to tell anyone it was a venomous thing. "Good choice, girl," Mrs. Munn said, in a tone so ambiguous Candy had no idea whether she was serious or not. "Here, take it." She tossed the snake at Candy, who, more out of instinct than intention, caught it in both hands. "Now what?" she said. Chapter 17. Snake Talk. "Jalo?" There was no response from the wizened figure on the ground. His eyes were closed, and his pupils were motionless behind his gray, papery lids. Malingo kneeled down beside him and spoke to him again. "Are you still there?" he asked. For several seconds there was no response. Then his gummy green eyelids opened, and he spoke. His words were slurred, his voice watery. "I'm still here. I just needed to rest. Everything is too noisy with my eyes open," he said. Malingo glanced up at Covenantus, hoping he'd know the significance of Jalo's confusion of senses. But Covenantus's focus was neither with his brother nor Malingo. Covenantus was turned away from his brother in the direction of the sound of shattering air, Covenantus said. I didn't even know air could shatter, Malingo said. Glass can be poured like treacle if it's hot enough. Did you not know that either? Covenantus replied. Are all Geshrats so stupid? The noise came again, and again. Malingo was now looking in the same direction as Covenantus, curious as to what shattered air looked like. Suddenly, Jollo seized hold of Malingo's arm, first with one hand, then with both, pulling himself up into a sitting position, his eyes opening wide. She's there, he said, staring with eerie accuracy in precisely the same direction as his brother. Malingo didn't need to ask Jollo of whom he was speaking. There was only one she in the boy's universe, and all Jollo wanted right now was the comfort of her presence. Mama, said Jollo. Find her, Covenantus. She's coming, little brother. Hurry her up, please. I can't hurry her when she has such important work, brother. I'm almost dead, Jollo said. I want to see her one last time. Hush, Jollo. No more talk of death. Easy to say when it's not your life that's fading away. His face became a tragic mask. I want my mama. She'll come as soon as she can, Covenantus said, only this time much more quietly, his voice filled with sorrow as though he knew, however fast she came, it would never be fast enough. Don't look up, Mrs. Munn yelled over another round of shattering air. Just be ready. What do you mean? You wanted the snake. Get ready to use it. Candy felt stupid and angry and confused all at once. She'd never imagined letting Boa go would escalate into such chaos, the princess nearly killing Mrs. Munn, her firstborn, and Candy, and now breaking through Mrs. Munn's defenses, still no doubt wearing the sepulchres. The mere thought of them was enough to stir up nausea, so Candy concentrated on the snake. Its body was too thick for her to get her hand around, but it didn't seem to want to escape her grip. Quite the reverse. It slid the cool, dry length of its tail twice around one of her arms, and then, raising up its large head so that it could look down imperiously at Candy, it said, I think myself a very fine snake. Do you not agree? Its speech, which was as elegant and smooth as its motion, came as no great surprise to Candy. It had been the greatest disappointment of growing up, far more wounding than finding out that there was neither an Oz nor a Santa Claus, to discover that though animals talked often and wisely in the stories she loved, few of them did so in life. It made perfect sense, then, that a creature she had fashioned in a moment of blind instinct would possess the power of speech. "Are you the one who called me into being?" the serpent inquired. "Yes, I'm the one." "Lovely work, if one may be so bold," the snake said, admiring his gleaming coils. "I would have done nothing different. Not a scale. One finds oneself perfect." He looked a little embarrassed. "Oh, dear, I think I'm in love," he said, kissing his own coils. "Aren't you poisonous?" Candy said. "Indeed, I can taste the bitterness of my own poison. One is, of course, immune to one's own toxins, but if a single drop fell on your tongue, dead? Guaranteed. Quick? Of course not. What's a poison worth if it's quick? Painless? No. What's a poison worth if it's painless? Precisely. My bite may be quite swift, but the consequence? I assure you it's the very worst. It feels like a fire is cooking your brains and your muscles are rotting on your bones. Lordy Lou! Hearing the animal speak so lovingly of the agonies it could cause made Candy think of Christopher Carrion. Much like the snake's poison, Carrion's soup of nightmares had been lethal to others. But to Carrion, they'd been companions, trusted and loved. The similarity was too strong to be a coincidence. Candy had laced her invented snake with a little of Carrion's essence. The chat with the snake, along with Candy's recollection of Carrion, had taken but a few seconds, during which time the sound of Boa battering on the last plate of air had grown steadily louder. "Does your snake know what to do when Boa gets in?" Mrs. Munn yelled over the noise. "Because she's a vehement one. She's going to be through very soon, and you'd better be ready." "Oh, I think my snake knows his business," Candy yelled back. "Your snake, am I?" "As long as you don't object," she said, doing her best to reproduce the snake's imitation of high birth. "Why would one mind?" the snake replied. "In truth, lady, one is both honored and moved." It raised its finely formed snout a little way in order to deepen the bow that followed. Candy did her best to conceal her impatience. What part of her, conceiving of a snake, had created one with such humorless formality? But it was difficult. The only thing that kept her from losing her composure was the serpent's genuine commitment to her. "You've won me over entirely," it said to her. "I would kill the world for you, I swear I would." "Candy," Mrs. Munn said, "be quick, or it's ended." "I hear you," Candy replied. "We're ready." "Is it to be the world, then?" the snake said. "Thanks for the offer, but no, I just need you to stop one person." "And who's that? The fat woman?" "I heard that, snake," Mrs. Munn yelled. "No, snake," Candy said. "Absolutely not. That's our friend." "It's not the world, and it's not the fat one. So who?" "The one on the other side of the air," Candy said. "Why her?" "Because she's a bad piece of work," Candy said. "Trust me. Her name's Boa, Princess Boa." "Oh, now wait," the serpent said. "This one's royalty?" No, one has one's limits. She's one of my own." "Look at her. She's no snake." "I don't care to." "You were ready to kill the world for me just a minute ago." "The world, yes. Her, no." Mrs. Munn had not heard a single word of this. She'd been too busy using her strengths, mental, physical, and magical, to keep the final plate of air, which was already badly cracked, from shattering completely. It was a struggle she was going to lose very soon, Candy feared. Boa's power was now so formidable that despite all the incantatrix's years of wieldings, she had run out of energies to oppose her. In desperation, she had reached into her very soul for strength, but even that had not been sufficient. Its fuel had been almost entirely burned through in seconds. When it was gone, her life would be over. "I'm sorry, Candy." The thundering of Boa's forces beating against the final plate of air almost drowned her out. She drew a deep breath and tried again one last time. "I can't hold her back. I've used everything I have. There's no life left in me." "No, Mrs. Munn, you can't die. Just get out of her way." "If I move, it's over," she said. "Boa will be through, and we'll both be vomiting." "You know what?" said Candy. "Let her come. I'm not afraid of her. I've got a killer snake right here at my side." "You don't have me," the snake said. Candy had neither the time nor the temper left for debate. She raised the snake still coiled around her arm. "Now you listen to me, you pretentious, self-loving, empty-headed worm." "Worm? Did you call me a worm?" "Shut up! I'm shouting! You exist because I made you, and I can unmake you just as easily." She had no idea whether this was actually true, but given that she'd brought the snake into being, it was a reasonable assumption. "You wouldn't dare," the snake said. "What?" Candy said, not even looking at him. "Unmake me." Now she looked. "Really? Is that a request?" No. "Are you quite sure?" You're crazy. Oh, you've seen nothing yet. And I don't want to, thank you very much. Well then, do as I say. She met the snake's beady black gaze and held it, and held it, and held it. All right, it said finally, breaking his gaze. You win. There's no dealing with insanity. Good choice. I'll bite her, but then you let me go. Before Candy could reply, Boa unleashed a shriek which was drowned out seconds later, overwhelmed by the crash as the final plate of air shattered. The blast of energy slammed into Laguna Mun, who shielded Candy and the snake from the worst of its force. She, however, was picked up, despite her weight, and thrown like a straw doll off into the darkness between the trees. The snake's instant response was to escape from Candy's grip, the entire muscular length of its body writhing around in panic. So sorry, one has to leave. Look at the time. Nice try, worm, Candy said, reaching out and grabbing hold of its body somewhere, she guessed, close to its head. She was loath to open her eyes too wide to check on where she'd fallen in case an exploratory glance, however brief, gave her a lethal glimpse of Boa and her sepulchres. On the other hand, she wasn't going to be able to use the snake against Boa unless she knew where the enemy was standing. Suddenly, the snake's frenzied twists and turns stopped, and seizing the chance its sudden passivity offered, Candy slid her hand up along its body. She'd seen how real snake handlers worked. They seized hold of the animal right behind its head and held on with all their strength so that the snake couldn't whip around and bite them. But Candy's snake showed no intention of doing so. It didn't move at all. In fact, the reason for its sudden stillness was clear, just a few inches farther along its body. A shoeless foot was pressed down upon the snake's head. So, Boa said, I think it's time you looked at me, don't you? I can make you if I want to. Chapter 18. An Endgame. Malingo was still staring off between the trees, hoping to catch some sign of Candy's return. So far, no luck. What he did see was a flock of perhaps 10 or 12 winged creatures, which looked through the trees in his general direction, barking and squealing, chattering and howling with the stolen voices of a dog, pig, monkey, and hyena. What's that noise? Covenantus said. You need to see for yourself, Malingo said, his vocabulary too impoverished to do the sight justice. I can't look right now, the slug boy replied. I'm concentrating on something. It's not something I can take my eyes off. You need some help? No, the boy said. This is for me to do, and only me. Why don't you just keep watching for Candy and Mama? And, please, don't watch me while I'm doing the wielding. Are you gonna do some magic? I'm gonna try. Just a verse and a chorus. What? They're songs. Mama wrote down all the spells she learned or created as songs. They're harder to steal that way, she says. I've been listening to Mama's songs as recordings since I was about 2, so I know all her magic because I could sing all her songs. Every single one. Did you understand them? We're about to find out, aren't we? That's why I don't want anyone watching. If something goes wrong, at least you'll have your back to it. What are you gonna do? Nothing too ambitious. I'm a horrible singer. But I'd like to ease Jollo's pain if I can. Isn't your mother gonna go crazy when she finds out you've been stealing her magic? Probably. But she'll go even crazier if she gets back and finds Jollo's dead. It'll break her heart. And what kind of son will I be if I don't try to stop my own mother's heart from being broken? I'll tell you, a bad one. I've disappointed her enough. This once, I'm gonna get it right. Couldn't you just wait a few more minutes? Don't ask me. Ask Jollo. Malingo glanced back at Jollo and had his answer. If it hadn't been for the very subtle rise and fall of Jollo's chest, Malingo might easily have assumed the life had already left Jollo's body. "I have to start," Covenantus said. "You keep looking for Mama or the Quackenbush girl." "They'll come," Malingo said, and turning his back to Covenantus, he did as the boy had requested and stared off between the trees. As he studied the corridor of shadow before him and ever deeper shadow ahead of him, he became aware that he, the studier, was himself being studied. He let his gaze follow his instinct up into the lower branches of a tree close by. There sat 3 members of the pale-feathered flock that had made such noisy passage between the trees only a couple of minutes before. They were silent now, hushed perhaps by the melancholy scene below. He watched them watching him, unnerved by their scrutiny. And then from behind came the sound of Covenantus's voice, singing with unnerving accuracy in a falsetto, a song his mother had obviously written to sing herself. It had the lilting rhythm of a lullaby. These were the primal sounds of an Abarat that was holding the hours in trust for humankind to one day possess. Sounds that were about light and darkness, sky and sea, rock and fire. Kai tu penthni, kai tu ki, haste gethchem, smane fi. And death. That was the subject waiting behind all the other immensities. Death the merciless, death the irrevocable, the enemy of all things tender and easily broken, cracked like an egg dropped from a high place, burned black when lightning turned the forest to fire, killed by the cold, huddled in the cleft of a rock. And still the ancient words came. Flowing so fearlessly, the boy might have been reciting his own name. U tazemanos, woth chem, wo kai numa, jeth yo yem. What was he doing? Malingo's curiosity grew more insistent the longer the recitations went on. What kind of comfort could he possibly be offering his brother that required the uttering of words so ancient and alien? Malingo was in the process of instructing himself not to turn, not to look, when his body acted upon a demand far deeper than his instruction. He turned and looked. Again his body overtook his mind, this time to simply expel a word. "No!" Not once, but over and over and over. "No, no, no, no!" Candy didn't waste time wondering why Malingo was shouting. She simply seized the moment, and with it, the snake. Boa's foot was still on the animal's head, but neither her full attention nor her weight were with it. So when Candy pulled on her invented beast, it slid out from under the princess's foot without a struggle. The serpent gave out a most unserpentine din of mutinous rage, writhing fiercely. She tried to grab its twisting coils with her free hand, but she was concentrating so hard on doing so that all thought of Boa and her lethal designs went out of her head. She half-turned carelessly and realized too late that her eyes had grazed the shape of Boa moving toward her. Worse, they would not now let go. She tried to detach her sight from the form of the princess, and worse, from the sight of the designs moving up and over her face, forming their nauseating symbols in the air around her head, signs to make a body recoil against itself, to make it turn itself inside out in a frenzy of disorder, to work against nature, against purpose, against life, and destroy itself. So much destructive power was encoded in the patterns playing on Boa's face. Even though Candy knew the harm they would make her do to herself, their enchantment had more power than her will. She couldn't force it from her, even when she felt her stomach turning over. "Don't look!" Laguna Mun shrieked. She didn't have a gentle voice, a voice of calm or contemplation. No, her voice was rude and raw, which was just what the moment needed. Much to Candy's relief and astonishment, her eyes had obeyed the instruction. As soon as she looked away, her will was her own again. "Good," Mrs. Munn said. "Now quickly, girl! Give that damnable beast to me!" Candy began to offer it, but Mrs. Munn was impatient. "Give the beast to me," she said. She appeared from within the trees and reached out to take hold of the animal. "Next time, call up an axe." she said as she dragged the creature out of Candy's arms. "Snakes are all teeth and talk." "I'll make you regret," the snake began to say, but Mrs. Munn was in no mood for its threats. She wrenched its tail off Candy's arm and all but bundled the creature into a ball of black and yellow coils. Then she told it, "Go bite a boa," and threw it at the princess. Grabbing hold of Candy's sleeve, Mrs. Munn dragged her off between the trees, leaving Princess Boa and the conjured serpent to take out their lethal rage upon each other. Chapter 19. The Price of Freedom. "A wall of blue flame thorns is going around those two," Mrs. Munn said as she hurried Candy away from the spot where they'd left Boa and the snake to match their venomous skills. The incantatrix was no longer the figure of calm power and confident abundance she had been when Candy had first met her. The colors in her dress had been somehow removed, and one of her feather antennae had been torn out. Everywhere there was evidence of how hard the last few minutes had been. She was scratched, bruised, and sweating, an exhausted fighter, still standing, but only by sheer force of will. "When will the wall go up?" Candy asked her. "It's already up." "No, girl, don't look back." "Lordy Lou, when are you going to learn some caution? You're not playing games. The Boa girl may have been a civilized tenant when she was sharing your head, but that simply testifies to the power of your influence. You must have kept her villainy subdued without knowing you were doing it. But she's loose now." "What about the wall of flame thorns?" "Oh, that's not going to detain her for very long. Nor is that ridiculous snake of yours." "You were right. I should have made an axe." "It would have been no more use than the snake." As Mrs. Munn's words slowed down, so did her pace until she was standing still, Candy beside her, staring off into the trees. Candy looked for some sign of Malingo or of Jollo and Covenantus, but the shadows between the trees seemed particularly dense directly ahead of them, almost clotted. "What's wrong?" Candy said. "One of the boys," Mrs. Munn said. "Something's happened to one of my boys." She started to pick up speed again, moving swiftly, parting the darkness ahead of her like a curtain with a few muttered words. Candy kept up, but there was no longer room for them to walk side by side. The trees and the shadows were too tightly packed. She could only follow after Mrs. Munn as she wove between the trees. Finally, a figure appeared from the darkness ahead of them. It was Malingo. Even before Mrs. Munn had reached him, he began to apologize. "I didn't know how to stop him. He had these words from one of your books." "Jollo was doing magic?" "No, Mrs. Munn, it was Covenantus. He started reciting some sort of conjuration." He put his hand up to his face, which was wet with tears. "I tried to stop him, but he took no notice. He wasn't reading from a book, so I couldn't take the words away from him. He had them all in his head." "Oh, I'm sure," Mrs. Munn said. "He's a very intelligent child. That's a piece of the good I put in him before he was born." She studied the clogged darkness that lay ahead of them. "Where is he now?" she said. "He's still with Jollo, but I don't know exactly where." He frowned and shook his head, confounded by his own stupidity. "They should be right there behind me, because almost as soon as I went off looking for you, I couldn't have taken more than 2 or 3 paces, I thought. This is wrong. I should do as Candy said and stay with them. So I turned back and there was shadow, thick shadow, where there hadn't been any before." "You know why?" "Me?" Malingo said. "You don't have to say it," Mrs. Munn replied, her voice softer than it had been until now. "Maybe you didn't even realize you were running from it." "I wasn't running from anything. I told you, I didn't even know what was happening." Laguna Munn moved past Malingo, advancing toward a place from which all light had been driven. "But you heard it in the words he was saying." "It wasn't a language I understood." "Even so, you heard it," she said. It wasn't a question. She was merely stating what they both knew. He didn't attempt to avoid admitting the truth any longer. "Yes, I heard, he said. Heard what? Candy asked. Death, he said. And as if responding to that summoning word, the shadows ahead of the incantatrix tore themselves apart as though they were made of wet newspaper. Malingo didn't want to see, at least not yet. He slipped between two trees, allowing Candy to follow Mrs. Munn, who had now passed beyond the shredded shadows and was looking at what lay between the trees directly ahead of her. The boy was dead, no doubt of that. His body had withered considerably more since Candy had last seen him, his flesh so drained of its vital juices that the bright, dark creature he had once been had gone entirely. What was left looked like a dwarf lying in a baggy shirt made of skin. He looked so small, Candy thought. Small and colorless. Jollo's skin had been as black as the night sky, with fireworks streaking through it. Where had all that darkness and color gone? Death had scoured Jollo's remains so completely clean that it looked more like his brother's body. Either that or what? I don't think that's Jollo, Mrs. Munn, Candy said very quietly, as though the news might disturb the dead. I know, Mrs. Munn replied. The fact that the corpse was so very small now made sense. The remains before them weren't those of the beloved and well-fed Jollo Bagog. It was Covenantus's body, Candy realized, which lay in the grass. What happened to him? Candy said, her voice hushed with horror. Did the magic he was wielding backfire? No. The wielding worked exactly as he wished it to, Jollo said. As he spoke, he emerged from between the trees on the far side of his brother's body. All trace of the damage Boa had done to him in consuming his life force had been healed, and Jollo was once again the gleaming, glorious creature he had been when he had first introduced himself to Candy and Malingo. His mother's pride and joy. All he lacked was his dazzling grin. He used the old magic, Mama. I had nothing to do with it, I swear. He just gave me his life. I didn't even know you could do something like that. You can't. Not easily. You have to find the right conjuration and learn it perfectly, speak it perfectly, and then, of course, you have to be ready to give up your life. That's what he did, Mama. I didn't even know he was doing it. I swear I didn't. So your brother gave up his life out of the goodness of his heart? Not of his heart, Mama. Yours. That's what you made him out of, isn't it? Mrs. Munn stared hard at Jollo, clearly assessing his honesty. And you, boy, I made from all the wickedness in me. My capacity for cruelty and for vengefulness and for lies. Are you saying I'm a liar, Mama? Jollo said. He literally bristled at the idea. His glossy black coat, which had lain so perfectly flat that Candy hadn't even realized Jollo had fur until this moment, now stood up in 3 parallel ridges that went from the front of his head to the back and described a spiral on his belly, centered where a normal child had a navel. Don't raise your hackles at me, boy. Then don't call me a liar when I'm not. Your brother is dead, Jollo. I need to know why. Then ask the Geshrat, Jollo said. He saw it all. Mrs. Munn looked to Candy. Where did your friend go? He's not gone far. I think he's just keeping a respectful distance. She looked back over her shoulder, sensing Malingo there rather than seeing him, then quietly telling him, She's not angry. She just wants to know. Yes, I heard, Malingo said, coming out of the shadows between the trees. And it all happened pretty much as Jollo said it did. The little kid used a conjuring in old Abaratian. I could feel the power in the words. And I saw the life, like a stream of light and water, running out of him and into Jollo, who was just lying there, near enough dead. He didn't say anything to make it happen. It was Covenantus's doing, the whole thing. Did you try to stop it at least? Mrs. Munn said. Of course. I started yelling at him, but that didn't work. And he wouldn't let me get close to him to stop him by separating them. When I tried, some force just threw me back, and I hit the ground. I kept trying, but eventually there was no point. Covenantus just withered away. All he said was that he knew you'd understand. His exact words were, "Tell Mama. She'll understand." "Stupid," Mrs. Munn murmured. "I did what I could," Malingo replied. "Not you, Geshrat. My boy. My firstborn." "It's too late to say that now," Jalo replied. "I mean, look at him. He's gone forever, Mama, and he's never coming back." Mrs. Munn nodded. "If he wanted to punish me," she said, "then he succeeded." "Punish you?" Candy said. "Why?" "Because I was not the loving mother I should have been. Because I loved the darkness in me more than the light." She approached the tiny body in its shroud of oversized skin and went down onto her knees beside it. "Forgive me, child," she said softly. There were tears in her voice. "I think we should go," Candy said. "Yes, I think maybe you should," Laguna Munn said, not turning to look at Candy or Malingo, just staring down at the dead boy. "I'm sorry," Candy said. "It wasn't your fault. The error was mine. Be well, Candy Quackenbush. The struggles ahead of you will test you to the limits of your endurance, beyond them, perhaps. But if you are in need of further healing—" "Yes?" "Don't come here in search of it." Tears thickened every one of her words. "Jalo," she said, "take them down to the harbor and find them a boat." "Thank you," Candy said. Mrs. Munn didn't acknowledge her thanks or say so much as a single word in reply. She had laid her hands on the body of her dead child, and her tears fell on it. That was Candy's last image of the great incantatrix Laguna Munn, kneeling beside the body of the boy made from all the good in her, with her tears falling and falling. Once out of his mother's presence, Jalo became very talkative, keeping up a monologue of chatter about one subject only, himself. Was this a necessary part of evil? Candy wondered as she listened to him. This utter self-absorption, as though nothing else in the world mattered but Jalo and his boredom. Jalo and how he'd suffered during Boa's attack. Jalo and what he was going to do when he left the rock and went out into the Abarat. "There's a time coming," Mama says, "when someone with my genius for wicked things will be really useful. I mean, I'm going to be a king, at least. Probably something more than a king. What's more than a king? Oh, like someone who kills a king. That's what I'm going to be, because if you kill something, you're more important than whatever you killed. Mama didn't tell me that. I just thought it up myself. Because I have these dreams, see, where it's the future, and everything boring and good is being lined up to be killed. They'll have their heads chopped off. I might do the chopping, but no, that'd be boring, wouldn't it? I hate being bored. That's why I'm going to leave very soon." And so he went on, an endless speech about Jalo, Jalo, and more Jalo. When they eventually emerged from the trees, they saw before them a shallow bay with a short wooden jetty that jutted from the steep beach. Candy and Malingo exchanged looks of relief. They were going to be out of the boy's company very soon. Jalo, however, had one subject left to pontificate upon. "When I leave here," he told Candy, "I'm going to be taking all of Mama's magic books with me, because she's got books that there's only one of, and I could get thousands of Paterzem for a magic book that there was only one of, right? So do you want me to bring them to you first? I know the Geshrat's too stupid to read a big book, but you're famous, aren't you? Mama told me before you arrived." They were on the jetty now, the boards creaking beneath them. "She knew I was coming?" Candy said. "Excuse me," Jalo snarled. "I was still talking. How dare you interrupt me? You know what? I'm not going to bring Mama's books. Not when you're so rude. I can't believe that, ignorant peasant. Don't try groveling, because that won't get you anywhere. Grovelers are pathetic, like my brother. He used to grovel when I kicked him really hard. I'm going to miss him. I won't have anyone to kick. I just had a brilliant idea. I'll forgive you for being rude, and I'll bring you the books like I said I would. All you have to do is leave the Gesh-rat here. I won't hurt him badly. I'll just do the same stuff I did with my brother. You know, kicking and spitting and stuff. That's a good deal, right? I mean, when I'm king, you're going to be so glad I forgave you, because otherwise your life wouldn't be worth living. He grinned. Like my brother. I got his life because I'd made his so miserable. The grin broke into squalid laughter. That's the stupidest thing anybody ever did, isn't it? When I'm king, I'm going to make him a saint. He's going to be Saint Covenantus, the patron saint of stupid people. Ha! I love that! He'll have his own holy day. Today, the day he died. Nobody will work. They'll just say stupid prayers for a stupid saint of stupid people. Wait! What's your Gesh-rat doing? Candy didn't answer. Tell me! Oh, I get it. You need permission to speak, right? You may now speak. Tell me what your Gesh-rat's doing. Are your eyes bad? Candy said. No, my eyes are perfect. Then you can see what he's doing, standing in the small boat, untying the rope. Well, tell him to get out of the boat. We made a deal, you and me. The Gesh-rat stays, and when I'm king... Shut up. What? Are your ears as bad as your eyes? I said, shut up. You'll never be king of anything. You're a nasty maggot-brained little nobody. You think of nothing but yourself, and the only thing you'll ever be king of is something you'd find on the bottom of your shoe. Enough, Candy, Malingo said quietly. He was reaching out to take hold of Candy's hand, but she wasn't quite finished. King Turd, she said. That is the most you'll ever be? Jollo's hackles were rising, and he was giving off a vile, bitter odor which she hadn't smelled earlier, perhaps because she'd been farther away from him. The acrid smell made her eyes water, and it was that fact more than Malingo's summons that made her give up telling Jollo what she thought of him. She didn't want him to have the satisfaction of believing he'd reduced her to tears, so she turned her back on him and went to catch hold of Malingo. The smell of Jollo's rage suddenly became a lot stronger, and she knew without looking back that the little monster was right behind her, reaching up to dig his claws into her neck. But that was another satisfaction he wasn't going to get. She didn't have time to grab Malingo's hand. She just leaped off the jetty and into the boat, falling face down in the stale water that had collected at the bottom. By the time she got up, Malingo had already gotten the oars in the water and was rowing the boat away from the jetty where Jollo Bagog was still standing, bristling and spitting, his wads of spittle expelled with such demonic force that they could be heard as they hit the stern of the boat. That, however, was the worst he could do, at least for today. Perhaps tomorrow he would get his throne and crown. Stranger things had happened. Until then, Candy would remember him as a frustrated brat standing on an antiquated jetty, spitting and spitting until his target was out of range. As soon as Malingo's rowing brought the boat clear of the boy's protection, it was collected by a current of surprising swiftness which carried them off. The current moved with the speed of an instructed messenger, carrying the boat through a tunnel that in no way resembled the cavern through which they'd entered. It curved sinuously, first left, then right, then left again, the motion almost hypnotic. As she was rocked in the cradle of the boat, Candy allowed herself a moment of happiness. I got rid of her, she thought to herself. The bitter monster who was in my head, killing my joy, has gone forever. And I'm a little different, maybe. But I'm still Candy Quackenbush, the way I always was. You're smiling, Malingo said. It's because she's gone, isn't it? You know me so well, Candy replied. I like that, knowing you. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. And from now, it's going to get better and better, Candy said. They said no more, but lay content in their well-earned fatigue as the boat moved on through the long, winding cavern until its waters brought them out into the waters around Gibberish, which lay calm under a sky so bright with stars that they could see to the mists where this hour faded and became another. Where now? Malingo asked. Part 3. Many Magics. The magic of the circle, the magic of the eye, the magic of the vortex, the magic of the cry, the magic of the head bone, the round which bounds the mind, the coin of gold which buys the bait, the Ouroboros will find. The worm surrounds the human heart, our hearts surround the world, and sleeping in the beating womb, the naked babe is curled. Chant your courage round the child, make joy its root and rhyme, and we, my love, will wander freed of loss and fear and time. Chapter 20. Tomorrow, Today. As is true of all prophets, the prediction merchants of the Abarat were egotistical and combative, contemptuous of any other seers besides themselves. The fact that each of them worked in radically different ways to achieve their results only intensified the antagonism. One might see signs of futurity in the 88 cards of the Abaratian tarot. Another found his own vision of tomorrow in the dung of the yutter goats that grazed the golden fields of Nomon, while a third, having witnessed the way the music of a Noncian reed pipe had induced the lunatics in a madhouse on Huffaker to dance, had then discovered evidence of how the future would unfold in the footprints the patients had left in the sand. Thus, separated both by their methodologies and by a dangerous sense of their own importance, none of the soothsayers ever compared their predictions with those of others. Had they done so, they would have discovered that each of them, however unlike their methods, was receiving the same news. Bad news. A darkness was coming. A vast and implacable darkness that would pinch out every star and eclipse every moon that lit night skies and extinguish every sun that blazed in the heavens of day. Had the prophets of Abarat put aside their vanities and self-importance when these presentments of darkness had first crept into their minds, and shared their fears with one another, instead of clinging to them like the lethal possessions they were, they might have avoided the tragic consequences that had come as a result of that envy and covetousness. The tragedy lay not only in the waste of those prophetic minds, doomed to descend into madness and self-destruction, it lay in the fact that the Abarat was to be plunged into a waking nightmare that would change it forever. Chapter 21. Boa at Midnight. Boa and the snake, finding they both were of royal blood, parted amicably. And rather than waste any more time with Laguna Mun or her sorry excuses for children, Boa fled Gibberish for Gorgosium. Something became apparent to her as soon as she set foot on Midnight's earth. Gorgosium had changed. There was a new urgency about the island that she couldn't remember ever sensing when she'd come here before. At the Toto mines, there was a steady stream of miners, thousands of Aberratians of every species from every island, some marching down to work in the open seams, which were illuminated by banks of lights fiercer than the noonday sun on Izzle, while other gangs of workers, many among them members of the Kuth nation, whose 4 huge eyes naturally produced strong beams of parchment-yellow light, were crowding into iron elevators, each big enough to carry 200 workers so as to be taken to work in the labyrinth of tunnels below. The noise of drilling and cursing and blasting made Boa's head throb. She'd overtaxed her new body with the demands of the sepulchres. It wouldn't be an incantation she'd be using again any time soon. Away from the mines, she headed toward the forest of ancients, trees of half wood, half stone. They were massive pillars that kept her from seeing her destination, the 13 Towers. It was there that she encountered further evidence of Gorgosium's furious new appetite. A large group of merchants, who'd been traveling ahead of Boa by a half-mile or so, had been attacked by a number of corruption flies, the form and color of which was exactly that of the flies Boa had seen crawling on rotted food in the alleyways of Chickentown, except that Gorgosium's species were the size of cars. She didn't have to wait until the last of the merchants had perished to get past the place where the flies had found them. While the screams of those being plucked up and carried away was still going on, a wave of Old Red, which was the islanders' nickname for the crimson mist that curled around the island like a gargantuan scarlet snake, appeared nosing its way between the stone-still ancients. She cursed it under her breath. She had no choice. Enter the mist, which wasn't a pleasant thought, or contend with a pestilence of agitated corruption flies. More than once, Carrion had teased Boa by telling her that he knew of references in the Abarat, the most rare and powerful magical work of the hours, concerning the true nature and purpose of Old Red. She wanted to know the details, but Carrion had refused to share what he knew. "In time," he'd said. That had always been a favorite trick of his, putting off telling the juicy stuff until later, always later. Well, later was here. She wanted knowledge, and she would have it, even if it meant stepping into the skin of Old Red itself. She didn't let her unease slow her down. She plunged into the churning mist and kept walking. Rather than allow her mind to dwell on her fears, she kept her thoughts on the future. She would have to be careful from now on. She had lived beneath the mask of an innocent princess when she had been here before. She no longer had such cover. Word of what had transpired on Laguna Mun's island would surely have reached Gorgosium by now. And given that her rise to power in Carrion's world had meant that others, who had doubtless expected to be elevated long before her, had seen those dreams dashed, there would be many here at midnight who would gladly see her dead. Carrion had been a man on the rise when she had carefully orchestrated their accidental meeting. He had quickly made it plain to her that his ambition was almost limitless. He intended to go everywhere, know everything, and have knowledge of every state of being. She knew a man destined for power when she saw one. Word was that he'd perished in the Chickentown fiasco, and she'd seen him, through Candy's eyes, carried away by the Isabella and lost in the flood that had overwhelmed Chickentown. But she couldn't bring herself to believe that he was dead. He had been badly injured, no doubt, but he'd been wounded many times before, often grievously, without forfeiting his life. No, her precious Christopher, who had taught her so much, was alive. She was certain of it. Somewhere she would find him, and somehow they would mend what had been broken between them. The clammy folds of Old Red thinned and parted, and through its bloody veil, Boa could see one of the towers ahead. She was almost there. The tower was being worked on, she saw, the old stone being replaced with polished plates of quamito in the silvery surface of which reflected objects were fantastically distorted. Despite her exhilaration at knowing she would soon be in Carrion's presence, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. If Carrion was indeed alive and had come back to Gorgosium, where else would he go, then she was perhaps but a minute or two from being in his presence. She brought an image of him into her mind's eye, that almost naked head with barely sufficient flesh to stretch over his jutting bones, and the 2 pipes that had been surgically implanted in the back of his skull, causing his nightmares to be siphoned off out of his brain and swim freely in the fluid that he breathed, allowing him to live in the company of his own darkest vision. But for all that was monstrous in his appearance, there was a tender-hearted creature within. And she had betrayed that tender heart. She had used him for her own advancement as a magician, and then cast him aside to marry Finnegan Hobb. For that crime against love, Carrion had hired an assassin to murder her at her own wedding. So they were evenly matched, a heart for a life. Who could argue with that? They'd both paid terrible prices for what they'd done. If she could persuade Carrion of that, if she could make him understand that it was time to forgive and move on, then perhaps there was a chance he could forgive her betrayal. Words of love would no longer suffice, of course. He would want her closer than words. Much, much closer. But if that was the price of winning his devotion again, of healing the hurt she'd done him, then it was a tiny price, and she would gladly pay it. And it certainly didn't hurt her case that she was returning to him with knowledge of the hereafter, a world she knew he had long hoped to subdue with wieldings of unimaginable scale. Now she was familiar with that idiot world. She'd studied it for almost 16 years through the eyes of Candy Quackenbush. She had witnessed in nauseating detail how the human world worked, its rituals of comfort, television, food, religion, its appetite for poison, television, food, religion, and for the monstrous edifices of desire, television, food, religion. She understood them all. What might she and Carrion, the apprentice and her sometime master, not do if they went to work in that stupefied world with the intention of bringing it to its knees? Oh, by Azo and Cha, what might they not do? And then, as she came to the edge of the trees, Old Red dispersed completely, and Boa barely suppressed a cry of shock seeing how the scene before her had changed. She had seen only one 3-spired tower through the mist. The rest had been demolished completely, their rubble removed, and the ground where they'd stood pummeled flat so as to make the size of the new tower seem even more prodigious. The spires had no windows for 98% of their height. Only at the top of the immense central spire, which was needle-fine, were there windows, a row of them, shaped like narrow eyes, all around the crown of the structure. As she studied it, however, she saw that there were vertical rows of symbols etched into the stone which had the sheen of mercury. They were indecipherable to Boa, but she knew their origins. They were pieces of ancient Abaratian, the language of the thread, as it was sometimes known, meaning that it had been used to encode and connect all things beneath the 24 hours and one that hung above the islands. In these sigils, every piece of the Abarat, from a dewdrop to a mountain, from a flea to the requiax, from a second of unendurable grief to an infant's first smile, all written and entwined in the thread that ran unbroken through time and time out of time, connecting it all, forever and always. But oh, she thought, what a fine and terrible thing it would be to cut that sacred cord, to sever all from all in perpetuity, and visit the despair that no prayer or calculation could cure. The thought of doing such sublime harm filled her with joy. A princess capable of such ambition was inviolate. She had died, but lived again. No harm could possibly come to her, and, in thinking so, she stepped out from beneath the ancients and started across the open grounds toward the Needle Tower. No one was guarding the tower for a very simple reason. It had no door. Boa circled the tower twice, examining the wall for the slightest hint of an opening, however narrow or small. But there was nothing. Of course, it was perfectly possible the door was concealed by a seamy fight, but she was in no mood to search for any trailing threads of seamy rope to carefully pull it apart. She was out of practice with decoding and impatient to see what was inside the tower. So she gave her blood a charge of power by whispering 3 syllables, "Va-thium," against her wrist, then immediately biting into the meat, drawing off a mouthful of blood, and before it had time to dissolve on her gums and tongue, spat it with all possible force against her distorted reflection. The reflecting seal bubbled, smoked, and dissolved. She stepped inside, too curious to wait for the melt to stabilize, preferring instead to endure the sting of metal droplets on the top of her skull and on her shoulders as she entered. Her impatience was quickly rewarded, the little hurts inconsequential compared to the astonishment that awaited her inside. There were no stairs spiraling up the great heights of the Needle, nor was there any kind of mechanical device to carry her up. Instead, the walls of the tower were covered with elaborate growths of yellow, gray, and blue-purple tissue, which erupted into sentient blossoms of exquisite complexity and beauty, their membranes swelling and contracting, their intertwined stems flushed with speeding iridescence as they aspired to reach the moonlit chamber at the top. Very cautiously, Boa reached up and touched a censer-shaped knot of multicolored matter which hung at the intersection of several lengths of shiny wet cord. The needle's anatomy responded to the touch instantly. The ground beneath Boa's feet rolled, and she might have been thrown down had it not instantly compensated by rolling in the opposite direction, allowing her to recover her equilibrium. She caught hold of a loop of knotted gut to prevent herself from being caught off guard again, but she had barely done so when the entire system of flowering entrails and light-bearing veins into which she had stopped began to raise her up on a platform of petal flesh stretched over bone, rising at a breath-stealing speed, overtaking swift-seated organs that oozed honeyed sap and that raced ligament vines around the walls, fruited motes and glands, bursting in celebration of her presence, spilling their luxurious juices upon her, staining her with their life. She, who had been a creature without form just a few hours before, expelled from solidity, blessing her with new ways to live this life after death. She was almost at the top of the tower now, and she could see that the chamber was not only illuminated by moonlight. There were other sources of light up there as well, and they were moving. "Carrion?" she said. There was no reply. "It's me, your princess. I'm back." Being an island that saw the transportation of the living and the dead, along with many travelers who couldn't fall into either category, Gorgosium had need of 3 harbors. The harbor equipped for the construction and launching of vessels of great magnitude was at Keithavai in the northeast. This was the harbor from which Mater Motley's newly commissioned warship, the Wormwood, had set forth to wreak havoc in the hereafter, only to meet an undignified end on the flooded streets of Chickentown. For sheer volume of vessels docked and unloaded, however, the commercial harbor at Uznak in the south of the island was the more important. But it was from the third and smallest of the 3 harbors at Vrakonkev that the Old Mother was presently preparing to make her departure. The voyage she was about to take was not of enormous length. She was merely crossing to the pyramids of Gzukzuks. The voyage may not have been of great consequence, but it was one of great significance, and she had prepared for it by fasting for 9 days, and during that time not uttering a single word. Even now, as she dismounted from the mummified hand that had long been her preferred mode of travel and approached the simple vessel that would carry her to the pyramids, she did not speak. Nor, out of deference to their doyen, did the seamstresses who accompanied her. She was halfway up the gangplank when there rose a commotion farther down the quayside. "Lady! Lady!" It was a girl called Meridian, who for some years had attended upon the Old Mother in the tower, who came racing along the dock to speak with her mistress. Several seamstresses broke ranks to stop the girl from reaching Mater Motley for fear that Materadian's intentions might be violent, but the Old Mother had no fear of the girl. "Let her go," she instructed. "She may approach." "What is it, Meridian?" "What's distressing you, child?" "There's somebody in your tower." "Yes, of course. I left." "Not any of your seamstress sisters." "Who, then?" "I didn't recognize her." "You were sufficiently concerned to race down and warn me?" "Yes, my lady." "You do know how important this voyage is." "I know, of course, and forgive me for having delayed you in your great work. I meant no disrespect. Please, shh, shh. "Shh," Mater Motley said with an almost loving indulgence in her voice. "You did well." "I didn't think—" "I said you did well, Meridian. And so you did. There will be another tide. I will return to the tower with you." "What if I'm wrong?" "Then you will have made an error, and you'll learn from it, won't you?" "Yes, lady." Now let's see who has come to visit me. Chapter 22. Turning Away. Once the small rowing boat had delivered Candy and Malingo out of the maze of caves beneath Gibberish and into the open waters of the Isabella, it had lost all power of self-will. "Do you have any idea of what direction the nonce is in?" Malingo said, gazing about confusedly in all directions. Candy considered this for a long moment. A chill wind came across the waters. She shuddered. "I can't focus. I'm all alone in here," she said. Her hand went to her face. Behind it, tears came, and once they came, could not be quelled. Malingo just sat, an oar in each hand, watching her. Though his head was dropped, he kept his eyes on her. "I would have thought you'd be happy to be rid of her," he said. "I am," Candy replied. "At least I was on the island. And she's a vile piece of work. But still, in here," she tapped the middle of her forehead with her finger, "in here, there's just me and a lot of space. Too much space. Everybody's in the same situation." "Yes." "Of course." "Lonely?" "Sometimes very." "I didn't realize how strange it would feel, with her gone." "You're right. I'm just feeling what everybody else feels." She wiped the tears from her cheeks with the heels of her hands, but she'd only just done so when her sorrow overwhelmed her again and more tears came. It was as though she, Candy, was weeping for the first time, without another presence in her thoughts to help her shrug off her grief. She didn't try to stem the flow now. She just let the tears come, talking through them. "I thought there was enough of the real me just spread out to fill my head. That's how it felt at first." "And now?" "Now it's like I'm sitting by a little fire in the middle... The tears almost silenced her, but she pushed on through them. "The middle of a huge gray nothing." "Is it solid? The gray, I mean." "Does it matter?" she said, looking out over the dark waters. A single squid, its body no longer than her foot from the tips of its tentacles to the top of its head, propelled itself past the boat, its body decorated with waves of color. "Maybe it's just a gray mist," Malingo said. "Maybe it's not empty. Maybe it's full of things that you just haven't seen yet." Candy glanced up at Malingo, who was studying her so intensely, his face so full of love, she could feel its presence, a living thing, coming in to drive off her solitude. Whether he intended it or not, that's how she felt. "I hate girls who cry at every little thing," she said to him, wiping her tears away for a second time. "So no more blubbering from me." "It's not as if you didn't have a reason," Malingo replied. "There's always reasons, aren't there? I'm sure all kinds of things will go wrong before I get home." "Back home to the hereafter? Why go back there? You said you hated it." "It wasn't that bad," Candy replied without much conviction. Then, looking back at the sea, she said, "I love being here, Malingo. Nothing would make me happier than to stay forever." "Then stay." "I can't. The price is too high." "What price?" "People's lives. Not just Covenantus, but Mrs. Munn. She was almost killed, too. And there've been plenty of others. Some of them perhaps you'd say deserved it. Casper Wolfswinkle, the Crisscross Man, a lot of stitchlings on the Wormwood, and Mater Motley's seamstresses. All of them would still be alive if I'd stayed in Chickentown. What just happened with Laguna and her boys is the last straw." "And what about the other ones whose lives you've changed? The people who love you? What about me? What will I do when you're gone, Candy? I thought we were going to be friends forever." Candy sighed. "You'll come visit," she said. "I'm sure I'd be very welcome in Chickentown," Malingo said. "They'd probably put me in a zoo." "But suppose something were to happen to you right here, because of me. You know it could. I couldn't live with that." "Nothing's gonna happen to me. I swear. I'm gonna live forever. We both are." "Oh, and how long have you had this planned?" Candy said. "Since we got out of Wolfswinkle's house. I thought then, this girl has miracles at her fingertips. Nothing's beyond her. That's what I believed then, and I believe it even more strongly now." "Miracles? No, that wasn't my doing. That was Boa, staying in practice for the day when she finally got out. So if you'd have come knocking on Caspar Wolfswinkle's door without Boa, we'd both be slaves right now." Malingo shook his head. "You're wrong. I remember very clearly looking into your eyes that first time Wolfswinkle summoned me. You were hanging upside down from a roof beam. That's right. And I looked in your eyes. I remember this so clearly. And you know what I saw?" "What?" "Exactly the same person I'm looking at right now. Candy Quackenbush of Chickentown, Minnesota, come to save my life." "But," Malingo raised a finger. "I'm not done yet," he said. "You'd come to save my life from the hell Wolfswinkle had turned it into. Maybe you didn't realize that was what you'd come to do, but it was. Now you can make lists of people who got hurt because you crossed over from the hereafter. But I can make just as many lists of people who are still alive or whose lives are better because of you. Think of all the people who lived in fear of Christopher Carrion. You took that fear away." "Did I? Or did I just leave room for something even worse to take his place?" "You talking about Mater Motley?" "For now. But there's probably somebody out there even worse, whose name we don't even know yet." "You're right. The Abarat's got its share of bad. Just like the hereafter, right?" "Right. But you didn't put them here. Can you really blame yourself for every twisted, poisoned soul in the Abarat?" "No, that'd be stupid." "And you're not stupid," Malingo said. "You're anything but. Even if you were to leave right now, the Abarat would never be the same. There'd always be this brief golden time we'd remember. The age of candy." That broke Candy's dark mood, at least for a moment. "The age of candy," she laughed. "That's the silliest thing you've ever said." "I thought it had quite a poetical ring to it," Malingo replied. "But if you think it's silly, then there's only one way to stop us all from making idiots of ourselves. Which is, you can't leave. Simple as that." Candy's laughter died away, and she thought about things for a long while. Finally, she said, "I tell you what, I'll stay until this whole business with Boa is cleared up. How's that?" "It's better than you leaving us right now. And of course there's a possibility that the mystery of Princess Boa will never be completely solved, in which case you'll just have to stay with us forever." He grinned. "What a terrible thing that would be!" There was a moment of silence between them, and then Candy's eyes drifted back over the edge of the boat. The lone squid she'd seen before had found a companion. "Oh no," she said with sudden urgency. "Finnegan." "What about him?" "Boa's going to go to him the moment she gets away from gibberish, and he'll be so happy he'll believe whatever story she tells him." "Perhaps some of it'll be true." "Like what?" "Well, maybe she still loves him." "Her? Love? No." "How can you be so sure?" "Because I know what she is inside. I went and spied on her in her dreams, and there's only room for one person in Boa's heart." "And that's Boa?" Candy nodded. "Do you think she'd hurt him?" "I think she's capable of anything." "Then we should find him." "Agreed," Candy said. "I suppose I row now," Malingo said unenthusiastically. "We'll each do some," Candy said. "So, we'll head for Quam Ha, yes? That's where the John brothers said they'd be. We'll find them with the help of a little magic and then catch another ferry to the Nonce." "Right now, I think I've had enough playing with magic." "Understood," Malingo said. "We'll just find them the old-fashioned way. And we can talk about whether you're going or staying later." "I'm not going to change my mind, Malingo." He gave her a sly, sideways smile. "Later," he reiterated. Chapter 23. Cold Life. On the western edge of the Isle of the Black Egg, where the Pious Mountains formed a grim wall between the Isabella and the island's interior, was a stretch of coastline known as the Shore of the Departed. It had earned the name from a grim, grotesque phenomenon. Owing to some peculiarity in the way the submerged coastline was configured, whatever litter the waters of the Isabella had gathered as they moved along this part of the island was here shunned and pitched up onto the shore by a current too languid to carry it any farther. Thus, borne up and deposited on the Shore of the Departed were the remains of humble fishing skiffs and massive ironclad war vessels foundered upon the reefs of the outer islands, many of which remained uncharted. Sometimes there was little more than a few planks painted red, or a crow's nest, perhaps a sail, but on occasion entire vessels which had survived the assault of the belligerent surf had borne up onto the shore, breaking open their hulls as wave upon wave threw them against the massive black boulders, the magma children of Mount Gilligali, which formed the steep, brutal beach. Today, however, there was nothing of any great size to see. Just a bicycle wheel, a tangle of old fishing nets in which several rotted carcasses were caught up, plus a great deal of trash that had been in the water so long it wasn't really recognizable. There was one other thing, however, that the sluggish tide had delivered to the shore this day, something that lolled back and forth for a long while in the shallows as the teasing waters carried it up a little way and then claimed it again, only to roll it still farther with the next wave until the sickly surf lost the strength to torment its plaything any further, and withdrew, leaving the ragged sack it had thrown up onto the black stones to remain where it was. There, amid the fly-swarmed seaweed and the broken bottles and bits of sea-worn wood, along with the occasional reminder that the Isabella had not returned empty-handed from the hereafter, a very drowned chicken, a street sign bitten in half by one of the Isabella's more aggressive occupants, a wooden crate containing several boxes of expensive whiskey, even, of all things, a laughing plaster pig, standing 3 feet tall and dressed in a chef's regalia, while carrying a silver platter on which the pig was apparently quoted as saying, "Eat more pork," lay the body the waters had cast up on the Shore of the Departed. It was the remains of a person, though the extensive damage that had been done to the body, both from hungry fishes below and hungry birds above, did not at first make it easy to distinguish its gender. But the signs were there, had there been anybody on that abandoned stretch of coast to see. It had the large hands of a male, and there was still an Adam's apple in its much decomposed throat. Its hips were narrow and its shoulders broad. There were even a few signs of how this man might have looked in life. For some reason, much of his face had been left untouched by the birds that had pecked at him as he floated, and it was still possible, if someone had cared to study his features closely, that at some time in his life somebody had sewn up his mouth. The body had not gone unnoticed. Already some of the smaller scavengers that lived along the beach were appearing from under the stones they used as doors to their hideaways and cautiously venturing out to investigate the newcomer. The crabs that had been foraging in the rotting seaweed were now scuttling over the rocks toward this new meal. Most of them were small, their blue-gray shells barely as broad as the length of a thumb, but no sooner had they appeared Then the bigger crabs, some of them 20, 30 times larger than the foragers, appeared, pushing aside stones which then rolled or skipped down the shore and into the scummy water. None of this sudden activity was missed by the bitimoo birds that lazily circled the shore, huge scavengers that resembled the offspring of albatross and pterodactyl. They loosed full-throated shrieks of appetite and, making the subtlest of modifications in the angle of their wings, began a steady spiraling descent. But while they were still descending, a new claimant for the meat the Isabella had washed up came into view. It had perhaps once been a crab, perhaps a crab of common dimensions, but it was much changed now by something or someone who had corrupted it into this monstrous form with careless magic. It was albino, its shell marked with a symmetrical design of maddening complexity. It had no less than 17 shiny black eyes sitting atop twitching stalks, while its mouth parts worked in ceaseless finicky motion as its massive claws rhythmically delivered the morsels it constantly picked up into the machine of its maw with a delicacy that their scale belied. Scuttling sideways, like all of its clan, it approached the body. Several smaller birds, sharp-beaked meerkats who seldom took flight, preferring to dine, breed, and die on the shore, were already dancing over the corpse in their delight at having so many treats to pick from. And in their squawking enthusiasm, they failed to notice the approach of the albino. The creature, for all its size, was quick. It came at the frenzied meerkats at a rush, catching one in each of its scissor claws and snapping each bird in half before they even had time to struggle. The others, shrieking in panic, attempted to depart, flapping their ill-oiled wings in an attempt to get beyond the range of the crab's claws. But no, snap! And a third bird fell down headless. Snap, snap, snap! And a fourth dropped, quartered to the stones. Now the albino had the feast to himself. Even the bitimoo birds delayed their descent and circled above the beach, unwilling to take on the beast below, however tempting the meal. The crab assessed the body with its pincers and eyes, seeking out the best place to begin. It elected the hand of the corpse, taking hold of the wrist in its left pincer and lifting it up in order to snip off its fingers. But as it did so, a long thread of life, its length spilling a sickly light, slid from the entrails of the body where it had been nesting. It let out a high-pitched squeal as it appeared, the strongest sound that shore had heard in many an age. It climbed up the corpse's arm so fast that the crab had no time to prepare for its attack. The creature coiled around the claw, which still held the dead man's hand. Livid bursts of brightness, more intense by far than the light its body spilled, now burst from it. They caught the shell of the crab's claw in a web of lightning which instantly tightened. The claw cracked wide open, shards of shell and pieces of its meat flying in all directions. The crab didn't have a mouth with which to voice its pain. It simply scrambled wildly to be away from its mutilator, its pincer legs sliding on the rot-slickened stones, but it wasn't given a chance to escape. A second lightning thread had appeared from the coils of the corpse's gut, and gathering itself into a coil, had launched itself at the monster, striking its eye stalks, then dropping to the stones in front of the immense beast. It instantly zigzagged beneath the crab and drove its lightning-wreathed length at the crab's belly with such force that the unthinkable happened. The crab, which had ruled the shore for a decade, slaughtering indiscriminately, even when there were rich pickings among the dead, was thrown over onto its back. Its barbed legs struck out wildly in an attempt to right itself, but could only pedal the air, which was suddenly thick with flies. For the first time in its life, the crab made a thin whine of complaint, tinged with fear. It had reason. It had only been on its back for a few seconds when its enemies slid up over the rim of its shell and onto its underside. There they rose and fell, their motion perfectly matched, until some invisible signal turned their dance into death. Together, they drove their lightning-bathed heads into the crab's segmented belly. The crab's whine became a shriek, not of pain, the crab knew little of that, but of profound terror. This was its nightmare, its only nightmare, to be lying helplessly on its back while something that it had intended to make a meal of devoured it. But it was not a crab-meat dinner the bright thread sought. It was the fear itself which it fed on, fattening on its cream, rich and thick, then bearing its bounty, returning to the body from which it had come. In the brief time that had passed since the waters of the Isabella had relinquished the corpse, rain clouds had blown in from the northeast. They were the first sign of a storm that had formed in the wildly unstable air above the edge of reality itself, where the sea dropped away into oblivion. Within 2 or 3 minutes, the rain shower had become a deluge, which drove all but those few caught in the life-and-death struggle on the shore back into their hiding holes beneath the stones. The crab, of course, had no hope of retreat. Exhausted by its panic, it lay inert as the rain roared down on it. The storm hadn't slowed the threads that were feeding on its terror. The bright threads came and went, harvesting the fear that suffused every part of the animal's anatomy. They didn't need the nourishment for themselves. It was their deceased creator, whose body they had never deserted, that they sought to reclaim with these gleanings of fear. Had they been rational creatures with an understanding of death's implacable hold, they would never have attempted to resurrect their host. He was dead, beaten and broken by the waters of the Isabella as they returned from the hereafter. They had borne a chaotic freight of detritus from the streets of Chickentown. Storefronts, lampposts, cars, parts of cars, people in cars, some alive, roofs, doors, windows all stripped from houses, and innumerable remnants of the lives lived inside those houses. Chairs, fridges, magazines, rugs, people, toys, clothes, and on and on. Junk and life all thrown together in a soup of things lost forever. The thread's host had been dashed against so many sharp, heavy, twisted pieces of trash that he might have died 100 deaths if he had had them to die. But finally a calmer current, the one that delivered his body to the shore of the departed, had claimed him. And now, in contradiction to the shore's very name, and in defiance of all the laws pertaining to the dissolution of the flesh, the devoted labor of the threads, carrying the food that the crab's terror provided back to their maker's corpse over and over, bore fruit. The dead man moved. The crab didn't see the miracle its nightmares had made possible. At some point in the coming and going of its fear's devourers, the crab let go of life. The sluggish motion of its legs ceased entirely, and its whine sank away into silence. The albino didn't see the corpse it had almost dined upon twitch on its bed of black stones, nor its eyelids flicker open as the rain danced down on its all but fleshless face. As one life ended, another began. Nor was it for the first time. Christopher Carrion had drawn his breath many, many years before as a baby prematurely born. Now he took that breath again. A second first. This time, however, it was not a frail inhalation. This time, though the rain was still beating a tattoo on the stones as loudly as ever, the sound of the dead man drawing breath reverberated all along the shore, its resonance causing the stones beneath the stones, and those layered still deeper, to rattle against one another, the sum of their percussion so loud that the din of the deluge seemed inconsequential. And as if driven off by that greater thundering, the storm clouds rolled inland to pour their waters upon a place they had some hope of cleansing, some place where the laws of life and death still held sway. The shore lay silent except for the breathing of the dead man and the sound of the Isabella as it threw its waves upon the stones. The drumming of the stones finally ceased, its task complete. Carrion lived. His body was no longer the wretched, colorless thing it had been. Myriad forms of light were spilling into the air around it, memories of a life he almost lost. They seethed around him, blazing with a living light this shore hadn't witnessed in many an age. In the flux of memories, Carrion began to whisper ancient incantations designed to heal his broken body. In the time it took for the tide to turn, retreat, and turn again to once more climb the shore, the healing was complete. Healthy tissue spread over his wounds, sealing them and causing the rotted flesh to fall in strands and scraps onto the hard bed where he still lay. The smaller crabs, the tiny green sea lizards that had taken refuge beneath the stones, and the meerkats that had seen several of their kind killed by the albino, returned now to the proximity of the man so as to feed on the putrid meat that the healed body had sloughed off. They had no fear of this man or his bright agents. He didn't even see them as they scuttled over the stones around him, cleansing the shores of every last scrap of the death he had taken off in order to dress in life again. After a time, he got to his feet. His memories still played in the darkness around him, their meaning, having been put to the purpose of Carrion's rebirth, eaten away, leaving the darkness surrounding him, swarming with the remnants of a life he'd lived once, died too. It was well lost. He would not make the same mistakes again. The screech of metal on stone stirred him from his ruminations. He looked toward the water and found there the source of the raw sound. The incoming tide had brought another souvenir of Chickentown to the shore of the departed. An entire truck, missing 3 of its wheels, but still containing the slumped body of its driver, securely held in his seat by his seatbelt, was being delivered to the shore. Carrion's face had betrayed no trace of feeling until now, when the subtlest of smiles appeared on a mouth still marked, even after his revival, with the scars of his grandmother's handiwork, the lines where she'd sewn his lips together for speaking the word love. He raised his hand to his mouth and ran his fingers over the scars. The smile died, not because Mater Motley had done him harm, but because she'd been right. Love was sickness. Love was self-slaughter. Love was poison and pain and humiliation. He was reborn to be love's enemy, to destroy it utterly. The thought gave him strength. He felt the power in his body surge, and with it a sudden desire to celebrate his return into the living, tender, fearful world. He lifted his arm and pointed at the truck that was still in the water, the surf surging around it. "Rise," he told it. The vehicle obeyed instantly, lurching violently as the water poured out of its engine. The driver lolled around like a drunkard at the wheel as the truck continued its ungainly ascent. At Carrion's feet, the loyal nightmares, which had masterminded his return to life, fawned and cavorted as they watched their naked lord at play. Carrion dropped his right hand to his waist, palm out, and the nightmares sprang to meet his fingers, coiling themselves up and around his wrist and arm so as to reach the precious place where they had been made, his head. Once they had swum in a collar filled with a soup of sibling terrors which he had drunk and breathed. They would again, soon. But for now they made 2 blazing rings around his neck and were in their heaven. Carrion watched the truck ascend for a little while longer, and then uttered a syllable ordering its immolation. It instantly blew apart, a fireball of yellow and orange flame from which the burning fragments fell like tiny comets, meeting their reflections and extinction in the sea. Carrion turned his gaunt, tragic face heavenward to watch the spectacle, and a single bark of laughter escaped his lips. "Ha!" Then, after a moment, "What's a resurrection without fireworks?" Chapter 24. At the Preacher's House. Malingo rowed the little boat in the direction of Ninnyhammer. It wasn't an hour with the happiest of memories for either of them, given that Malingo had been Caspar Wolfswinkle's slave there for many years, and Candy was very nearly murdered by the wizard in the process of escaping. But dark as their associations with Ninnyhammer were, the island was still the closest place to find a ferry that would take them to the massive harbor in Tasmagore on the hour of Quam-Ha, which would ultimately lead them to the Nonce and therefore to Finnegan Hob. When they had reached Ninnyhammer, they decided upon a ferry called the Sloppy, and once they had bought their tickets, waited in line to board, and finally found chairs on the upper deck of the small steamer, the stresses of recent events took their toll, and Candy very soon began to doze. "If I sleep," Candy said, already halfway there, I might go dream-walking. You mean sleepwalking? No, this is that thing I told you about. Ah, I remember. The hereafter. Are you sure you're safe there? Yes, of course. Malingo smiled. Good. The ferry's captain blew 3 blasts on the horn, sending plumes of white steam into the night sky. That was the last thing Candy knew of their departure. As the 3rd plume floated to darkness, so did Candy. A blanket of sleep came down, and the ship, the sea, and stars all went away. She didn't rest in a dreamless state for long. By the time the sloppy was out of Ninnyhammer's harbor, Candy's dreaming soul had gone home to 34 Followell Street. She woke in the kitchen. It was daytime in the hereafter. She glanced up at the clock above the fridge. A little after 3. She went to the sink and looked out into the garden, hoping that her mother would be out there, sleeping in the rusted chair, her back turned to the house. Chance, or something like it, had arranged things perfectly. Her mom was indeed sitting in the old garden chair, just as Candy had pictured her, asleep, which meant that this was indeed one of those precious times when they could talk together, dreamer to dreamer. The first and only time they'd met this way before, Candy had left the encounter with a new determination to understand the mystery that had brought her into the Abarat in the first place, an impetus that had led, finally, to her separation from Princess Boa. Now she wanted to tell her mom all that had happened on Laguna Mons Rock, knowing that this dream time was unpredictable and that they might be interrupted at any moment. She went straight outside. She found her mother in exactly the same place she'd been when they'd met before, staring up at the sky. Melissa Quackenbush didn't need to look around to know that Candy was with her. "Hello, stranger," she said. "Hi, Mom. I missed you. I hope you're not angry with me." "Why would I be angry?" "Because I haven't been home to see you since the battle." "No, honey, I'm not angry," Melissa said, turning around now and smiling at Candy. A true smile, full of love. "You've got a new life in the Abarat. And that day when the water came through, the Sea of Isabella. Yes, well, if what I saw that day is anything to go by, you've got your hands full. So, no, I'm not angry. I worry about you, but things happen for a reason. I've always believed that. We don't always know the reason. We just have to get on with things. Everything's going to be fine, Mom. I know. I trust you. But—" She stopped and stared at Candy hard, her head turned slightly. "You're different somehow." "Yes, I am." There was a long moment of silence between them. Finally, Melissa said, "So tell me everything." "It's not very easy to explain." "What's so hard about it?" Melissa replied with a little shrug. "You got rid of her." Candy laughed out loud, in part at her mother's plain way of saying something that had seemed so difficult to put into words, and in part out of surprise that she knew. "Who told you?" Candy said. "About the princess? Diamanda told me. The one with the long white hair, the oldest of the women of the Phantomaya." "What did she tell you?" "Not much, really. Not about the princess herself, but that you wouldn't need to know anything." "She's gone now. It was hard. Somebody died because of it. But I had to have her out. She's bad, Mom, and I never knew. I never realized she was there inside me, and now she's gone. And what she did when I let her go." She shook her head, knowing she'd never find the words. "Seeing her clearly, this monster who'd been inside me all that time." She took a deep breath. "Did you ever see that in me? Any sign?" "Of what? Of something bad in you?" "Evil." "Lord, Candy, no. Never. Of course you had your little secrets, and you were always quiet. There was something special about you. I think even your dad felt that, but evil? No. Good. I was afraid, you know, how you hear about how people repress things, bad things, so bad they can't admit that they did them, so they forget them. Well, I wasn't with you every minute of every day for all those years, but if you'd really done something bad, evil, I think I would have at least some clue. But nothing? Not a thing. If this princess is as bad as you say she is, I think I would have known if she had shown herself. But she did, Mom. When? All the time. She was part of who I was. Otherwise, how would you have known that something was different? You felt it as soon as you saw me, didn't you? Yes. She studied her daughter again, with eyes full of love as before, but tinged with a hint of fear. But now you and she are separated. You'll stay out of her way, I hope. As long as she leaves me and my friends alone, I hope I never lay eyes on her again. Good. Nobody needs bad people in their lives. Mom, you don't need to worry, because when I've seen all my friends and I'm sure they're okay, I'm coming home. Home here? Yes. To stay? Yes, to stay. Why do you sound surprised? This is my real home, with you and Dad and Ricky and Dawn. Now it was Candy who did the face-watching. You don't seem very happy about it, she said. No, of course I'm happy. To have you back home would be wonderful, but things aren't the way they were before the flood. A lot of people blame you. If you came back, they'd arrest you and interrogate you until they could find something to accuse you of. You opened their eyes to another world, darling. They'll never forgive you for that. I know they won't. There are a lot of cruel people in this town. There always were, but now there are a lot more. I never thought about that, Candy said. Her mother's response had blindsided her. She'd always assumed there'd be a way. People can forgive, right? I'm afraid this is only the beginning, Candy. Something really terrible's going to have to happen before ordinary folks come to their senses. Where's Dad? Candy said, changing the subject. Well, Melissa took a deep breath. He's at church. He's what? At church. He's preaching, believe it or not. He does it every day now. Candy wanted to laugh. Of all the strange things she'd heard recently, the idea of her father heading to church to deliver a sermon was by far the strangest. I know how ludicrous it all sounds, Melissa said. Believe it or not, Ricky goes too. He has a lot more respect for your father these days. What about Don? He doesn't have any interest in any of this. He stays in his room a lot these days. This is too weird. Where does Dad preach? He calls it the Church of... Wait, let me get this right. The Church of... the Children of Eden. It's on Treadskin Street, where the old Baptist church used to be. They painted it green. It's a really ugly green. But he's really changed his ways, Candy, and people like what he has to say. Look, on the windows. Melissa pointed. There was a poster taped to the dining room window, and two more of the same design upstairs. Candy took a couple of steps back toward the house so as to read what they said. Come in. No confessions. No contributions. Enter and you shall be saved. Candy was suspicious. He used to watch those TV evangelists just to laugh at them, and now he's a believer? Well, he isn't drinking as much, which is a blessing, so maybe it's doing him some good. Suddenly, Melissa halted, and the look of concern she already had on her face deepened. You have to go now, she said. Why? I heard the front door. Your father's back. He can't see me, Mom. I'm here in your dream. I know that's the way it was before, Candy, but like I said, things have changed. Not that much. As she spoke, she felt a strange tingling sensation at the top of her spine, and slowly, almost as if in a nightmare, she turned back to see something her soul told her not to look at. Too late. There was her father coming out of the house, and he was staring right at her. Chapter 25. No More Lies. Candy had faced more than her share of monstrous enemies in the last few months. Caspar Wolfswinkel in his prison house on Ninnyhammer, the Zethic crazed in the holds of the humble fishing boat Parado, and the many beasts of Efreet, one of whom had slaughtered Diamanda. And, not forgetting, of course, the creature who'd waited for Candy in the house where she'd taken refuge after Diamanda's death, Christopher Carrion. And the hag, Mater Motley, and Princess Boa. But none of these monsters prepared her for this confrontation with her very own father. Here he was, and he could see her. Things had changed, just as her mother had warned. You thought you'd slip in here and spy on good Christian people without being seen? Think again. I see witches very clearly. He held up the Bible he was carrying in his hand. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. This sounded so utterly preposterous, coming from her father's mouth, that she couldn't help but laugh. His face, which had always gone red when he flew into a temper, instead became pale, draining of blood. You mock me. You mock the Great One, he said. His tone was calm, remote. Do so if you wish. Laugh yourself into the flames of perdition. Candy stopped laughing, not out of fear, but out of puzzlement. Her father had changed. The puffiness had gone from his face, and there was a new intensity in his eyes, replacing the blur of beer. He was leaner, too. The extra pounds that had softened his jawline had gone. Nor was he combing his last few hairs over his head from side to side in a pitiful attempt to conceal his loss of hair. He had shaved it off. He was now completely bald. I don't know what your mother's been telling you, but I'm sure it's lies, he said. She just said you and Ricky go to church together. Oh, indeed we do. Those of us with brains in our heads have seen the light. Ricky! Come out here. We've got a visitor. Candy threw a glance up at her mom. There were so many contrary emotions fighting for Melissa's face that Candy couldn't figure out what she was really feeling. Your mother can't help you, Bill said to Candy. So I'd put her out of your head if I were you. There's only one man of vision left in Chickentown these days, and you're looking at him. Ricky! When I tell you to get out here, you do it. While her father was looking toward the house, Candy glanced down at the vest he was wearing. Even by Aberratian standards, it would have been thought outlandish. It was made from a patchwork of various thick fabrics, one striped, one polka-dotted, one black, but possessing an odd iridescence. She knew she had seen this odd combination of colors before, but where? She was still puzzling over the mystery when Ricky appeared from the house. Her brother's hair had been shaved off as well, and he looked skinnier than ever. His eyes looked huge, like an anxious baby. He's so afraid, Candy thought. Poor Ricky. Afraid of the man who's supposed to be his protector. No, not afraid. Terrified. I was getting a clean t-shirt, Dad. I mean, Reverend Sir. I don't care